Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Let the seven know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah, and we are joined with our other host, Lady Che. And we also joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Ocean Nicole, their producer and co-host join us tomorrow as we are going to have our guest, our elder guest, Melchizedek on. It's going to be a PG program, so we look forward to hearing from y'all, calling in on Blog Talk Radio tomorrow evening. And on this season 4, episode 3, part 3 of the Frontline Blacc News, we will be discussing the topics we didn't get to in part 2. And that is a motorcycle crew, more like motorcycle gang from Colorado, did this to a bystander, in the media, meaning the white supremacist media, gave minimal coverage. This happened in Arvada, Colorado, which is a suburb of Denver, Colorado. And we have Afro Elite, our good brother. Shout out to the New Black Media. This is New Black Media Appreciation Month. Afro Elite discusses reparations with Fred Hampton Jr.
Oh, okay.
Then we got the California bill proposes reparations. California bill proposes reparations genealogy office.
Okay.
And we got Marc Lamont Shill talks to A-Dunce, otherwise known as ADOS, and who is more irrelevant. So that's from the professor himself, Professor Black Truth. He's going to give us an update on both of those. And then last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused Neighbor news and our illegal migrant news and our Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps and illegal migrant sweeps. And we got illegal immigrant Leonel Moreno. That's the one that was doing the TikTok videos.
Right.
He claims victimhood now. Now all of a sudden he's a victim because they arrested him as getting away with scamming people and showing his illegal brethren on how to get money here in the United States while still being a legal immigrant. He's claiming victimhood. Then we got homelessness in America. How can we end homelessness in America or in the United States? And then the Supreme Court is poised to allow camping bans to stand in major homelessness case. And this case is a case that we started here in Denver, Colorado. The Red File versus the city of county of Denver. And this is all the way up to the Supreme Court. So we're going to be discussing that. So
yes, sir. And also, too, Brother Chair, if I might add in, is that they're going to be pulling people there up out of San Francisco as well, too, is because I think the city of San Francisco, once again, your London Bridge, your Black Mayor, is really pushing to ban homelessness or, the urban camping, in the city streets of San Francisco.
Yeah, so this is reached all the way up to the Supreme Court. So whatever the Supreme Court ruling is, that's going to set the precedent for now on. So hopefully they rule in our favor. It got all the way up to the Supreme Court. It took, 4 years for it to reach the Supreme Court, 4 or 5 years?
Yes, sir. And then as you do know,
this lawsuit was back in 2019 when we were running Right to Survive.
Yes, sir. And then, of course, as you know, the U.S. Supreme Court or any state Supreme Court chooses the cases that they want to review. It's because, as we do notice, that the circuit court out in the West, Federal Appeals Circuit Court, had stated is that
the Ninth Circuit.
In regard to the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
And they stated that California might be in violation of the Second Amendment, man, with their Mulford Act.
Yeah, I believe it.
Over 50
overturn this shit too. That definitely needs to be overturned.
Oh, absolutely. It's because, see, as you know, and Lady Che knows,
that damn Obama judge in Illinois said it's legal, it's constitutional for these illegal immigrants to carry arms.
Okay, now that's the part, sir, that's kicking me in the ass, and also to the rock dogs in Hancock Park in Los Angeles, and that there's either Hollywood division or Hollywood division. Okay, after somebody trying to break into the First National or in a carrying job.
Hard to hear you, Shabaka. You're like going kind of in and out.
Okay, as I was saying, okay, what about now?
Okay, you're much clearer now.
Okay, so what happened was they did apprehend a suspect, a young black man. I hate to say, the lapdogs did, and it was either Wilshire Division or Hollywood Division, the ones who they arrested for breaking into the home
Oh,
and carrying
also,
bass.
yeah, okay. I got to get us going, Shabaki. Also,
Yes, sir.
thank y'all for helping us reach our 100 subscriber mark. I appreciate it. We appreciate it here at the Frontline Campaign, Frontline Black News. We've been working on this for 4 years now. So, yeah.
Yes, sir. And then we are going live on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced Facebook page as well too. So, ladies and gentlemen, please like and subscribe to that like page. Now, we don't mind other people coming up there, putting their material up on that page, but please reciprocate, because if you don't reciprocate and we see your stuff up there on our page and you're not reciprocating, we market it as spam. We tolerated it for the last 3 years, and we're taking on a lot of water, so we need some donations.
That's right, Shabaki. You tell them. So I'm going to move us to the first topic, and that is from our brother Black Light Revelation. Shout out to Brother Rob out of Ohio, Akron, Ohio to be exact. He is bringing up a case that we had here in Colorado a few years back during the start of the scandemic pandemic.
Right.
And he's bringing coverage to it, whereas the white-owned media out here was kind of minimal on their coverage. This motorcycle crew, I believe it was the Mongols, motorcycle gang that had got into it with the Hells Angels, and a bystander was killed. An innocent bystander was killed in the process. And like I said, the white-owned media out here was running interference for them and trying to keep it to a minimum. Kind of similar to that motorcycle shooting that we had in Park Hill not too long ago.
Okay, and then not to mention too, Brother Che, a few years ago they had a motorcycle shooting here on Interstate 15, man, between wait a minute, it was on 15 between Vegas and LA, or I think it was on 40 between the Arizona state line and Barstow. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, it was bad, So what are they going to do about those gangbangers right there? Are they going to give them 40 years plus? You know what I'm saying?
No, they're going to get slaps on the wrist. And
exactly.
That's what Brother Black Light lost to shed light on. So I'm going to let the clip play.
Okay.
You want to talk about some thugs? Motorcycle gang members sentenced for 2020 shootout in Arvada. I thought we was the only people that shot and had shootouts. And let me tell you, let me give you a hint. This motorcycle gang, it wasn't the Zulus.
Nope.
Just so we're all clear. You know what I'm saying? Ended for 9 men involved in a 2020 shootout between rival motorcycle gangs that left 1 dead, 3 shot, and several others physically beaten, including a Good Samaritan who tried to help one of the injured, which is one of the reasons why. You know what they say about good deeds? You know what they say about good deeds? What do they say about good deeds? That Good Samaritan, Ryan McPherson, will live with a traumatic brain injury for the rest of his life. Man, you get so rewarded for doing good, don't you?
Oh, he survived.
McPherson was the lead singer for the rock band Nightwolf, which was playing at Jake's Roadhouse, 5980 Lamar Street in Arvada, the night of July 11th, 2020. It was one of the band's first gigs since resuming performances that had been halted due to the C-19 pandemic. The band had played its first set when patrons began to notice a commotion outside. Someone said, "Man, there's something going on," said a witness who was at Jake's that night. It sounded like gunshots, all right? Many of the bar's patrons walked to a side patio. McPherson, however, walked out the front door. Now, let me ask you guys this question. This look like anywhere where you guys would be hanging out at with a band like this playing?
No.
Nothing wrong with it if it is. I'm just asking. You know, there's always an outlier in every situation, and it's okay. You know what I'm saying?
No, Rob, that's one of the mosques.
It's okay. But in most cases, it's probably not. Probably not. You know what I'm saying? So now somebody says, help me. Somebody help me. I've been shot. Cried a man lying in the street next to a fallen motorcycle, according to the witness. Realizing the intensity of the ongoing rampage, as the witness called it, the bar patrons returned to protection of the building. But McPherson walked into Lamar Street to assist the man in the street. Our singer Ryan went out to have a cigarette. Night Wolf guitarist Jay Halpern told CBS News Colorado he noticed somebody had been shot and had fallen over his motorcycle, and he went over there to help him. Most bar patrons didn't know McPherson had tried to help the injured man until they saw another man attacking McPherson. The attacker stood over the prone McPherson, repeatedly striking him with a helmet, as described by the witness. Patrons and friends ran out to McPherson. His attacker had already left, so he basically beat this dude down into a brain injury for whatever reason, who knows why, with a helmet. Okay? AV Promotion said, why are you in a band sitting down playing a guitar? Because of that good work ethic. Duh. Because of that good work ethic.
Idiots! I'm surrounded by incompetent idiots!
That's how I feel.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Oh man, sometimes they try to ice skate uphill. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says we're trying to take care of Ryan, the witness said, and we're hearing bikes rolling all through the neighborhood. We thought, okay, this is pretty bizarre. No, you didn't. No, you didn't, because you know exactly what was going on. Listen, those kind of people hang out at the same hangout spots. Mm-hmm. So this is a story that they're giving to police. Witnesses believe McPherson, a 6'4", weighing 300 pounds and wearing black clothing that night, might have been mistaken by his attacker as a member of a rival gang. Because, yeah, that looks and is the size of most of those bikers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If there's a commotion, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me help people out with some street smarts. You know what I'm saying? Even on the white side of town. I'll help you out on the white side of town. If you happen to be one of those white dudes that happens to look like Kevin Nash and you see a bunch of bikers in a fight, don't go over there.
Don't do it.
That's like if you happen to see a bunch of people wearing red and a bunch of people wearing blue shooting at each other, and you happen to have a blue shirt on, go the opposite direction where nobody can see you.
Pretty much. Wear neutral colors.
You know what I'm saying? Just a word of advice. Because people plan for keeps.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, further away, other downed motorcycles and riders could be seen along a 4-block stretch of Lamar Street, the witness stated. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How does all of this go down? How do you get on top of somebody and beat their brains out literally with a bike helmet? Now, mind you, no gun shot, no nothing. This took a while, just getting bust all upside the head with a bike helmet and literally no intervention from law enforcement. Now, you know, this is in Colorado where Elijah McClain just happened to walk down the street with a ski mask on, and somebody called the cops on him.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody called the cops on all of these big Kevin Nash sized white dudes beating the brakes off each other.
No, they just let it
Very
happen.
interesting. Maybe somebody needs to go to
They get on
safety
code.
training.
They get on code real quick. I wish our people would get on code.
Or maybe people need to admit some things. One of the two. You know what I'm saying? The witnesses preferred to remain anonymous out of fear of retribution from the members of the motorcycle gang. So now I want you guys to pay very close attention. The witnesses are more scared of the motorcycle gangs than they are of law enforcement, or they probably know that some of law enforcement is part of the motorcycle gang.
Exactly.
That part.
Because that's a thing. How many people ever watched that TV show called Sons of Anarchy?
No,
If you guys ever seen Sons of Anarchy, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't, give me a thumbs down. Why do I say that? Well, because if you guys ever watched Sons of Anarchy, who always made it so that they got away with everything? You guys remember?
Off the top of my head. I just see that.
There was one piece of the puzzle that was very important for them to always get away with everything. Yeah. Charming PD.
Yeah, they did.
Charming PD always helped.
Yeah, they did.
The sheriff actually is what they called him. You know what I'm saying?
They had the sheriff on the payroll or something.
McPherson was hospitalized in critical condition after the incident. He had a traumatic brain injury and several broken bones. In addition to the head strikes, he had been run over by a motorcycle. An anonymous source stated that McPherson has partially recovered since the attack and has even resumed his musical career locally, but with difficulty. CBS News Colorado tried contacting McPherson, but was unsuccessful. He probably doesn't want to be bothered out of fear of retaliation. Which is interesting because let me ask you guys this question. Don't we always get criticized about no snitching? And then you got those grandstanders who always go around and say, I don't know why people be practicing no snitching. I don't know why people be practicing no snitching. It's only us that don't snitch. It's only us that don't snitch. As we're literally reading a story about an issue that took place several years ago that just now got brought to trial because of people, quote unquote, not snitching in retaliation to a powerful gang retaliation. So let me ask you guys this question. Why do you guys think that people say that kind of stuff? See, we got to get to the bottom of that too, because there's a lot of that going on around these parts. A lot of that going on YouTube. And shout out to you, Trill Dog. I appreciate you, bro. Why is that? I think it's because people are allowed to get away with it. I think people should stop being allowed to get away with it. I think people are allowed to get away with too much.
I agree.
So now here it says William Kelly Henderson, a ranking Hell's Angel member, according to the police, died during the shooting. Henderson, an Arvada resident, lived about a mile from Jake's Roadhouse. The night of the incident, Arvada Police Department responded to the scene. It was soon joined by resources from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Eventually, investigators identified 10 suspects, all members of the Mongols and Hells Angels motorcycle gangs. They were all arrested in the same day in January of 2022 in Colorado, Utah, California, and Florida. I don't know if you guys know about the relationship between the Mongols and the Hells Angels, but that's basically like motorcycle level. That's like motorcycle equivalent Bloods Crip beef. You know what I'm saying? Referencing Sons of Anarchy again, the Hells Angels, that's who the Sons of Anarchy is based on. And the Mayans is who the Mongols are based on. Just to give you a little context. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jerry Bedford. What's good with it, bro? 9 of them were prosecuted on felony charges. And Arvada PD press release announcing the sentencing of at least of the last defendant called the Mongols and Hells Angels 2 of the largest and most violent outlaw motorcycle gangs in the world. Now that's interesting, right? Because out of all of the news agencies that talk about gangs, you never really hear any of them being mentioned on Fox News or in the New York Post. Why is that? You want to know something that's interesting about the Hells Angels and something that's interesting about the Mongols? You're not allowed to be black and be a member of either of those organizations.
Yep.
You think that might be why they don't get covered too much on TV?
Mm-hmm.
You think that might be why Brandon Tatum or Greg Foreman never talks about them?
Mm-hmm.
That part.
Shout out to Tania. What's good with it, Tania? Just these are just questions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? These are the people that claim that they're quote unquote just reporting the news, but seem to miss a lot.
Right.
This was a case of pure evil, stated Arvada PD chief Ed Brady in the press release, and our community will not tolerate it. Let me tell you something. These communities have been tolerating motorcycle gangs, 1%ers, you know what I'm saying, to be specific, for decades, ever since the Vietnam War, when they all first originated. You know what I'm saying? I am incredibly proud of our entire department's efforts and perseverance to seek justice and assistance from several professional law enforcement agencies. Previous reporting from police and media indicated that the incident started at Jake's Roadhouse. That was not the case, however, according to its owner, Doug Jacobson. The witness who was there that night said the same. The injured guy just happened to fall off of his bike in front of Jake's. Okay. So there you go. These are all those people. You know what I'm saying? So see this guy right here. He's got the 1%er thing tattooed on his neck.
Who just jumped on? Oh, Sister Becca.
Okay.
Welcome, Sister Becca.
So that's that.
Thank you for joining us.
Now you probably won't hear about that in the news.
Thanks for joining us, sister.
Even though, you know, in the news they like to talk about woke stuff. That's not very woke. They may as well be. Shout out to Hurricane IQ.
Welcome, sister. Thank you for tuning into Front Line Blacc News.
Yeah, just got
we're just showcasing this incident that happened here in Colorado a couple years back that the white-owned media out here was real quiet, hush about. So we're just playing a quick clip from our brother. Revelation.
Hey. Excuse to her.
Yeah, so I'm taking your advice, Sister Becca, you know, that you told me to do about how to get out there, you see. And thank you so very, very much for joining us, you know what I mean? And this is Frontline Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience, which is a division of. We deal with the Black experience from the beginning of time to 10 minutes ago. We don't deal with ass scratchers, yassa bosses, bootlicks, Uncle Toms, integrationalists, you know what I'm saying? They could pretty much kiss our ass. Excuse my language, ma'am, I'm just being blunt. But I know how to talk halfway intelligently too. I think the word is intelligent, I think. I took a couple of courses in college or something like that, you know. And then also too, Brother Che, you know, that I'm monitoring the situation right now with this Palestinian protest going on.
Hold on, Shabaka. We're not going to discuss it on this platform. We can discuss it on yes. But what are your thoughts on this motorcycle gang in Colorado basically getting away with this, and the white-owned media basically not saying nothing about it?
They probably got people in their pocket in the white-owned media. They sound like the Hells Angels, Aryan Brotherhood, white racist supremacists. You see what I'm saying? And they on code with each other because the Hells Angels, as far as I know, they've been in existence since World War II. You know what I mean? And so, and as the gentleman was saying in his presentation, it's a white supremacist organization and what have you. See, so this is why, Black family, I will continue to state is that the day of the ass scratcher, the day of the yassa boss, we can't get that again.
No.
Oh, shit. Because I'm very
war. You didn't get along in no damn war. You either fight back or you die.
Pretty much. And we got black family because all these damn Tim Scotts and these Donald Duck and dump supporters. And when I say the dump, I mean as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear. And then we'll be dealing with executive prostitution tomorrow night on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. It is G-rated. We're gonna have an elder with us, who's seen a lot, and the number to call is 516-418-5996. Press 1, to be heard on the show. They are no longer charging us to call in, okay? So I think they got our message, you know what I mean? When we haul their asses in the court with that crap, So what it is, black family, then I'm going to turn it on, to our lead reporter tonight, Jesse Paris. We're all we got, okay? And Sister Becca, I don't know what generation you was born in, but I lived during the civil rights era in my childhood and youth. I also lived through the Black empowerment era in my teenage years. And keep in mind that there is a big difference between the two. And one thing that I will always respect Dr. King for, shortly before he was killed, he had stated, you know what, I led our people into a burning house with integration. And he was right. So therefore, I have to have respect for a man that realized his mistakes and tried to do the best he could. You see what I'm saying? Well, what little time did he have left? He was only 39 years old. Same age as Malcolm when he got killed, only 39 years old. Then, of course,
2 years away from me.
Yes, sir. And Ben, too. And of course, we most definitely will always pay respect to the memory and the legacy of former world heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali, who made it quite clear. He says, ain't no Viet Cong ever called me a nigga. Ain't no Viet Cong ever bombed my church and raped our women and killed our babies. And then, of course, what he stated after that. And keep in mind, I had posted Mr.
I thought you were Sister Becca. I thought you were around Lady Che's age.
And
what's her age?
She's 44 too. She just turned 44 on April 1st.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday. Happy belated. I hope she's okay.
No, I'm fine right now. I'm all right. Thank you, sister. Yeah, Terry.
Well, y'all are still youngsters. Wait till you get up in your 60s.
You don't know. The body says otherwise.
Yes.
Okay, but when you get up here in my age group, you're going to start writing down a bunch of notes. You see what I'm saying? Because mine is gone. You know what that's right. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, we've over the years of doing Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which is a division of Front Line Blacc News, we've had just about everybody on here: Cluxes, white supremacists, black militants, integrationalists, and sometimes downright assholes. But however, when they get ignorant, we got an eject button for them, and then they can put all their hate mail in the chat room, and we will read it. Now, not interfering with you. Yes.
Shabaka, let's hear from Lady Che, and then we're going to hear from Sister Becca, and then we got to move on to the next topic.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Lady Che. What are your thoughts on these mongoose angels acting a damn fool in Arvada, and the white-owned media limited their coverage on it?
Of course, the dominant society don't want to shine light too much on their people committing all sorts of crime or whatnot. They only want us to hear what they want us to hear. As far as the motorcycle gangs doing whatever, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, occasionally, once in a while, they're old enough to not get along anymore, and they get along when they want to. Something causes a little bit of a fight or whatnot. I'm not surprised that they hit it. I'm not surprised that they even talk about it. I'm not surprised about anything lately from the dominant society and its news propaganda. It's all programmed rhetoric, as it seems, as I've been watching it a lot lately. I'm thankful that our brother Rob from Black Light Revelations took some time to shine on that. we wouldn't have known otherwise, because they keep us in the dark and only show us whatever they want us to see, just to push their narrative. So I'm kind of thankful that we got to see this clip. That's all I have to say right now.
Okay. Thank you, Lady Che. Sister Becca, you kind of got the tail end of it, but
I did.
what are your quick thoughts on it for what you're seeing?
Let me say first and foremost, I do not work at Whataburger. Let that be known. But I got the link from Brother Shabaka, but I didn't know what happened with this motorcycle thing. Can you please give me like a little nutshell of what happened so I can look more into it?
White on white violence, white on
white
crime, and the fact that the police and the so-called neighbors in the community of Arvada, which is, if I'm not mistaken, a sundown town, got on code, and they didn't snitch, and they didn't tell, and they always get coming at us about, oh, y'all need to stop snitching, y'all just need to provide the information. Well, this happened in a lily white community known as Arvada. We call it Arvada because you want to avoid it at all costs if you're Black.
Yes, sir. Noted.
It's just white people are doing what the white people do in their little segregated communities. Arvada, I mean, it's a real bad place if you're Black. You don't want to live there. Really, outside of Denver and maybe Aurora, you don't want to live anywhere in the Denver metro area because the majority of these towns are sundown towns. Even Aurora is a sundown town.
Mm-hmm.
But it has a large Black population compared to the other cities. But even here, like he said with Elijah McClain, he was just walking down the street, minding his own business, had a ski mask on. One of these suspected white supremacists called 911 on him and got him killed.
Damn.
And you know what's so messed up also? They don't ever play the 911 tapes. And they should, you know.
They should play the 911 tapes. Well, when they played them for George Zimmerman, they told him, leave Trayvon Martin alone.
Yeah.
Follow him. What'd he do?
Follow
him.
But they distorted it also. They distorted George Zimmerman's call.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
It doesn't matter when they play them. It depends on who's watching it, because I noticed that just recently with one of our brothers getting shot like 96 times. If you let the Fox News and things like that run the media or run the narrative, that they don't say how excessive that was. They don't talk about how maybe these officers need actual shooting range training, because that's a lot of shots. They just run it as the young man. He was the aggressor. He wasn't listening. He's a criminal. He had past effort charges. They spin it a certain way, and then they spin it in another negative manner versus like if you were watching it, if anybody really was watching it, they weren't saying that he was scared when they pulled up. He was fumbling with the door or the handle and I mean, I do it in cars that have electric locks and doors, electric windows. If I don't know which one is which, I'm gonna fumble with it. You know what I mean? The windows were tinted. How did you know he wasn't wearing a seatbelt? You couldn't, when he walked up looking at it, there's no way you could tell if he was wearing a seatbelt or not. He got scared. Okay, so what if he shot him? They came up aggressive with a gun. It's in their own cameras. However, to even put any kind of doubt on it, they weren't hearing it. So I feel like they might have a chance to maybe not edit, but they might have a chance to just spin it before anybody really has a chance to analyze what we're seeing. And then you see, as even with the video camera, you see how people got a hold of things, and for example, the George Floyd thing, and spun it in something completely different. We didn't see it happen.
Our line
that part there, Lady Che.
They always tell us we didn't see what we seen. They always tell us that. And then
going to try to tell us
try to justify the murder of our of our people.
Yes, sir. And then Sarge is going to try to tell me, and you was on that show, Brother Che. Well, he OD'd on fentanyl and all that. No, 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 Sarge, no. It's because when that man said he couldn't breathe and that man urinated on himself, and you remember, Brother Che, when you and I kept reviewing the tape again and again and again, and I says it looked
Shout
like
out to that young girl. It was a young girl that filmed that whole thing.
yeah, and hopefully
For
that
having
she
the
is
courage
safe.
to do that.
Oh, yes, sir. And hopefully that she
If
is
she
safe.
never would have did that,
The
we
world
wouldn't
wouldn't
be
know.
talking about George Floyd right now.
Yeah, the same thing with George Holiday in Los Angeles in regard to the Rodney King beating. You see
Yeah.
what I mean? Okay, it's because had Mr. Holiday not took that video, man, nobody would have saw, or let's say that the world would not have saw just how ruthless the Los Angeles Police Department is. But I've been knowing how ruthless they were all my life. It's because I grew up in that cesspool. You
Right.
see what I mean? And then of course that
really
police.
only brought that up just to point out the fact that, with these cameras and whatnot, and the fact that the media will spin it anyway to their benefit. I mean, all these media, all these white owned media, is designed to force a person's programming to think this way or that. There is no third
Yeah.
or area. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, Lady Chair. And also, too, Sister Becca, you ought to check out the hate mail that I get, my inbox on Facebook, particularly
Get hate
when,
mail.
yeah,
I got
particularly.
called xenophobe today. I just laughed.
Oh yeah, and you should hear the shit. You know what I'm saying? And so some white man is going to tell me when I'm telling him about slavery. Oh well, I'm married to a black woman, and she says you're a racist, and I says okay, and forgive my language, ladies, but this is what I told her. I says okay, you the typical white slave plantation owner, and all you got you is a ghetto gagging bed wench.
Ghetto gaggers.
Sister Beck. Who do you think makes all them damn porn flicks out there in the San Fernando Valley? They got yeah. And then they tell the black woman, oh, well, this will give you exposure. This will help your Hollywood career. And then, they splash on all of her and then they kick her to the curb. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
But however, Los Angeles, California as a whole state is very perverse, very asinine. Insanity is the norm there because you got men folk going up there shoving ketchup up their asses talking about they're having a menstrual cycle, and that is a direct insult to the sanctity of womanhood.
Yeah.
Like Joshua. I know you've seen the Joshua video out of Chicago. Yeah, I know
Brother Chad. And we got to stay on topic.
Yeah, sorry about that,
from the Joshua syndrome. That is a very bad syndrome, just like krakatosis and Stockholm syndrome are really bad syndromes to be suffering
Oh,
from.
yes, sir. And then if I may say, Brother Chad, and I'm going to shut up. I just came across a report that the women athletes, get this, you guys, the women athletes are against these dudes going off into the women's restrooms and the women's locker rooms, you know what I'm saying, talking about their women. You see what I mean? And the ladies are very, very concerned about that. They're intimidated about it. You see what I'm saying? And their voice is getting heard.
As they rightfully should be.
Of course. And then down there in your state there, Sister Becca, I believe you're down there in the great state of Texas, Governor Bud. Okay. Yeah, Governor Bud said he's all for it. You know what I'm saying? Now, one thing about your U.S. Senator Ted Cruz, I have to say that although I don't dig him, but one thing he did that I really appreciated, he got pissed off with him. He popped him a Corona, took him a swig of his beer and said, you all can kiss my ass.
That's what he did. Okay, we're moving along, Shabaki, because we'll never get through the show with this.
Okay, put myself on
the next topic is
XYZ bomb.
Our good brother Afro Elite from the New Black Media got the chance to interview Fred Hampton Jr. about reparations. So I'm gonna play that. It's about 30 minutes long. Hopefully we get through it with no interruptions, Shabaka.
I'm on mute.
Okay.
Right, a baby bond that's going to mature, and then by the time they reach a certain age, right, they are able to access those funds to figure out what they're going to invest in their future. How are they going to invest in their future? That's just one, right? That's just one, because that's the thing. It's going to take multiple policies to be able to make us whole. You know what I'm saying? So, because people, we haven't even talked about land, right? So even just like, are we okay with our parcels of land that we currently live on right now? Do we want to? Do we have a third migration out of us? You know what I'm saying? Are we willing to repatriate back to Africa? So these become questions amongst us that we have to figure out, because not every one of us wants the same thing. So therefore, we all don't know the answer.
Look our listeners. Look our listeners, y'all. That's Mother Cohen, Jerry, Ryan Harris. That's the case. The sister who they charge you 2 little brothers with that case. Man, I don't know if y'all hit to that case. Ryan Harris case, Inglewood. And I remember I had that's when I started writing poetry. I wrote a poem called "They Had My Babies." Man, I got so upset with guys in prison that was believing this. They said the girls found, I hate to be graphic, but they were saying some sperm was on her, and these are brothers they framed. They were incapable of even, they were so young, and the police that quote unquote this Colombo that solved the case, he was notorious. He was solving all these cases of these children. You know what I'm saying? All these little 10, 9-year-old boys. You know what I'm saying? Boudreaux. I think it was Boudreaux, the police name, Lieutenant John Burgess' henchman. With that case, and somebody else just gave me an answer. So that's I said Derek. Oh no, where we at? Tanya Prince just Derek Hamilton. Derek Hamilton on the baby bonds. Yeah. Man, right on, y'all. We live in Derek on Freedom on Radio, y'all. Spirit of making history, taking history, and taping history, y'all. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all feel free. We say call, Cub men with Path the Cubs. You know what I'm saying? Tap in with us though. What do y'all attribute to this discussion now that this seems more? Oh, hold on. Talk to me, Sister Comrade.
I'm Fremont. We have a call in queue.
Well, welcome, caller. Welcome, Fremont Radio.
I'm sorry. Brother Anton, Fremont.
This is Shabaka. He said he saw for at Hampton Jr.
Conversation is happening because one of the things that happened is the system
I most certainly did.
It seems like when we get close to somewhere, we at an important point, they start putting resources and putting whatever the modern COINTEL program would see today into it. And one of the things, the way that they have been splintering people of African descent to stay away from the reparations discussion current day has been interesting to me. You have people now saying that the slave trade never happened. African people.
Yeah.
You have people that they indigenous now, Israelites now. They more science Americans. It's about 10%.
When that resource start coming, everybody in the mother gonna be black then.
Exactly.
That part.
Yeah. And that's what I said. I don't know. I tuned in late, but it sounded like the sister was coming, reasoning from a book by Dr. William Darity and his wife wrote a book called From Here to Equality. And I think in that book they lay out probably the most comprehensive reparations program to date. And one of the criteria that they have for their reparations program is that you have to have classified yourself as Black, African American, Negro, or something within the last 10 years to qualify for the reparations program to come in effect. So all of those people that have dropped out the race, they won't be able to come in later on the program.
Exactly.
But I would recommend that book From Here to Equality by Dr. William Darity and his wife.
Hold on. Say it again so they can type it in. They can say it again, brother, so they can type it in. So y'all hit
Dr. William Darity from Equality and Reparations Program for African Americans in the 21st century. I think it's the subtitle or something like that. But it's From Here to Equality by Dr. William Darity.
Right on.
He's probably one what he makes a couple points to one of the questions raised, Chairman.
Yes.
What else is economic? One of the things that his program brings to light is that a reparations program for us also means that the injustices have to end at that point. And legally, if anything being unjust happens again, a whole separate reparations case can be opened. And so, like, as I heard you say, if reparations was given out, you would have to acknowledge the harm first.
Yep.
Which hasn't really been done.
Right.
And
No, it has been done.
The brother used the
Probably
analogy
a
that
little ill-informed.
tonight.
It was the Clinton administration who issued a formal apology.
And reparations
And it was
in the wound is healed.
apology. To hell with an apology.
And that's the part that's not economics, but economics is symbolizes that. And that's another point you hear people saying, well, it's no amount of money that can make up for all of it. We can try. We can figure something out.
Yeah, we figured it out. $750 trillion.
No, it's $800 trillion now.
Wow.
Strategy to come up with, and I say
I stand corrected. It's gone up about this. $800 trillion now. How much is owed?
Yes.
And most sectors are saying starting at 20 trillion.
Thank you for your call. Yes, indeed.
We've been saying
I see
Black News.
Fremont, brother trustee, Jones, the bill, and also this
it's been gaining interest.
This one is coming also.
So now it's 800 trillion.
And Burke, that's the state's attorney candidate. So you said she's working in the state's attorney's office with that cop who I mentioned, Boudreaux. And again, this one that was supposed to be solving all these cases with these children. Man, not even teenagers. I'm talking about babies. Excuse me, not children, babies. One case with old elderly white lady was
that's brother Afro
he would take them and, you know what I'm saying, beat them and take them to McDonald's, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And one case, matter of fact, the two little boys with the Brian Harris case, they supposed got a call and got them involved in a high-speed chase with them in the back seat of the car. The trauma, you know what I'm saying? The traumatized this subjected to. And also, what our people I tell a lot of people, I say, you'll be surprised. I tell even we think, I say, I say a lot of the times, it don't take that much for us. Just acknowledge. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. They come with the resources, the finance to it, but and acknowledge. Even to this day, there's a non-acknowledged war waged upon us. You know what I'm saying? I tell people,
that's why we're
other communities they acknowledge. You know what I'm saying? Propaganda bombs. With us, it's called love and hip hop shows. You know what I'm saying? And you can draw the correlation. Like a lot of people had an issue with the term Chirac. I think we should draw the correlation to the depleted uranium that was in Iraq. You know what I'm saying? The vacant lots in our community. And it's embarrassing on purpose, an official acknowledgement of a war being waged on us. You know what I'm saying? And these different euphemisms, whether it be slavery, red line, Jim Crow, it devalues and, you know what I'm saying, and waters it down. And this ain't no competition that I want to be here, but we the OVs, not the OGs. We the original victims of terrorism. You know what I'm saying? If people talk about it, and like I said, at the point we start, like we get, like you said, they thinkify us. You know what I'm saying? And then also it becomes the norm. And so, but I don't know if I ask this question, for this question, y'all. What do you attribute to even now in this climate, and I give my take on it too, but that people, you know, it is more of a receptive audience. Then again, it might not be a more receptive audience. I know this is something we've been talking about for quite some time, but people can actually see the tangibility in it, say, man, that can relate to it. This is a pipe dream or whatever. So what do y'all attribute to that? That people can relate to this, I can get on this campaign.
To be honest with you, I think it's difficult until we start making it personal, right? Like making it like you see how you going through X, Y, and Z in your life. Yeah. This can be attributed to these different policies, right? Because there's so many different levels, right, of government. We're talking about the federal government, right? Who, in my opinion, like we have to figure out what is the harm. The Great Migration was caused by racial terrorism. You know what I'm saying? So what is the remedy for that racial terrorism that made all of us have to move out of the South in order to seek
Exactly.
a better life.
That's
right?
exactly
And
what my
then
family
you
did.
now know, like, because I've been asking people whether or not they Black and descendant and all this. I have to basically get to the point where I'm like, did one of your ancestors come from Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, Arkansas,
Yep.
Tennessee? You know what I'm saying? All these different states, just so they can be like, yeah, I got people from down there. Oh, okay. So more than likely, you are probably a descendant from the enslavement era, right? Because we are so like ashamed and traumatized by this. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I stopped feeling ashamed a long time ago of enslavement. I find it a source of power. You know what I'm saying? A resilience. So I would love for people to kind of shift their perspective on how they look at our history and realize that if we don't start making a stand and telling people about our history and shout it from the rooftops, that it will happen again. Because
hell yeah, it'll happen again.
Want us to forget. So then they can go, okay, well now
we don't talk about it enough.
We're gonna chip away. We've already started chipping away at affirmative action. Already started chipping away at Voting Rights Act. Like we've already started this process. And they're gonna try to continue it. They got Roe versus Wade overturned. So who's to say Brown versus Board of Education doesn't get overturned? Right? So these become like the natural progressions as long as they lull us into this idea of individualism that we have in the United States. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Meanwhile, I've been stealing your boots and your straps, your strings, everything. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Exactly. So that becomes a thing. And I'm hoping that people get, I guess, frustrated enough in their own and what they see. Like I look at my community, I live on the South Side, and I look and I'm like, I shouldn't live like this. Like there is something wrong. Like why is there so much trash? Why is this? Why is that this? And it's like I go downtown and it doesn't look like this. There's plenty of businesses, plenty of stores. There's vacant stores all through 79th Street. Like come on, what needs to happen? And we have to come together collectively and say something needs to happen because we should not live like this. And that's why I wear the crown when I'm out in the street, because I want people to see the reflection of who they really are in me. Like I see it in you. Hence why I'm out here trying to do this. You know what I'm saying? So it becomes that for me, that I'm hoping people like, you know what? I can see a change actually being made, right? But they have to see it for themselves.
Well, what's your take? I'm gonna tag team with y'all on my.
Okay,
right on everything y'all say.
The thing is that because of the system of white supremacy, it has taught not only America, not only white America, but the whole world, including Black America, that Black people don't deserve anything. Through osmosis, we've had, in the cartoons, you'll have an angel on one shoulder and the devil on one shoulder. Because of osmosis, we have a small little white supremacist on our shoulder that whispers self-doubt and that whispers things in our ear that is automatic. You grow up automatically having it until you learn yourself, and then it gets rid of that. But through the system, through the commercials, through the cartoons, through the school system, and then just how you live your life as a Black American, you are automatically taught that you don't deserve what other people get. You don't deserve the justice that other people get. So when we're demanding justice, it was like, oh, well, it's too long ago. But they don't ever say that when it comes to the Native American community, who still get resources to this day. They're still getting resources and they're still getting more land, and they're still going back to court for things that happened to them. And none of them who went through the Trail of Tears are alive today, but they're still getting stuff because of that. When you look at the Japanese Americans, they're still getting stuff because they not them, but their descendants got money because of that.
That part.
When you look at harm that is done, even when 9/11 happened, you had the families of the victims of 9/11 get reparations due to their circumstances. And when we talk about reparations in America for us specifically, now if it was for everybody else, you would have people on board, but because it's for us specifically and exclusively, it's you guys don't deserve it, because like I said before, it's a thingified thing. So you're not thinking that the justice that other people deserve is the justice that we deserve. So we need to when it comes to Black America, raise the consciousness of Black America, raise the consciousness to understand that you are a great people. You are a people who built a nation, whether you did it willingly or unwillingly, you still built it. Regardless of that, you are people who deserve just as much, if not more, justice because you were more harmed. We've been told that we cannot have, we cannot compare struggles. We've been shamed and saying, well, let's not play the oppression Olympics, and I disagree with that. When you go to the hospital, if somebody was shot in the chest and somebody fell off the bike, the doctor is going to see the person who was shot in the chest over the person who fell off the bike. This isn't to undermine what other people go through, but we are always taking a back seat. We're always getting to the back of the line. Every time there's another struggle, we have to get to the back of the line, and everybody else's struggles, which I'm not trying to dismiss, but I am trying to say when you compare the two, their struggles are not as serious. Right. Stemming from the time, stemming from the fact that the number one group of people who face hate crimes in America still to this day are Black Americans. Mm-hmm. And yet when hate crimes happen to other groups of people like the Asian community, you don't see any pushback. When they had to stop Asian hate thing a couple years ago, you didn't see any pushback. It was not stop all hate. Mm-hmm. But then when we're talking about us getting shot by the police, well, white people get shot by the police too. So what are you complaining about? We need to raise the consciousness of that. I say people say it's not feasible, but it is feasible for everybody else. So them making the argument that it's not feasible is just saying we don't want to do it, because nobody really believes that it's not feasible. Nobody really believes that if we pay reparations that's coming out of my taxes and I'm going to be broke, because they didn't believe that with Native Americans, they didn't believe that with Japanese Americans, they didn't believe that with 9/11 victims, they didn't believe that with COVID. None of these things. They don't believe that with any of these circumstances. Even the migrants coming over here. Yeah, it even happened. Whatever happened to them in their own countries, as bad as that was, it did not happen in America. And they're getting resources from America for something that happened outside of America. And yet we're talking about resources that we made. We have to own up to the fact that we made this country. We have to own up to the fact that there would be no resources here if we did not make this country. If Crispus Attucks was the first person to die in the Revolutionary War, we had to, as Black Americans, had to fight in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, because they would have lost both those. And in every war since, we're not looking at this like, can you guys help us out? We need to look at this as it is a debt that is owed, whether to the richest or the poorest Black folk who can trace their lineage back to slavery. It's a debt that is owed, and that's we need to raise the social consciousness of that.
Well, I think on the add on to also in regards to with African people, like putting in context, something you just said also, just like this old axiom goes, how the land stolen from the red man, built by the Black man and woman, and red man and red woman, and it hides a contradiction. You gotta, revise everything. How like white people had the whole narrative. They got what they got. They worked hard, so on and so forth. Yes. And certain dynamics, you can say, okay, there's you can blemish like a blemish, but this is acknowledged. Black people, African people, and it's like a cornerstone. You get to say now we got to rearrange the whole building, everything we done taught each other, we done say and laid down. And I'm saying to say that it's we got to seize the time, because sad reality. But the reality is that a lot of times, like you look back and go at struggles, we have to jump, like when certain discussions are happening, whether it be like during the 60s, you know what I'm saying? The whole dynamic, like the ruling class, the U.S. has said one of the biggest mistakes was showing footage from Vietnam, but people were able to relate to what the political prisoners was, or being colonized. In fact, when this European they drew the correlation from the occupying army, from the troops in Vietnam to the occupying army in Detroit, Chicago, we said, damn. And one of the enslaved on plantation with Patrick Henry, Leo heard him saying, "Give me liberty, give me death." During the American Revolution, he said, "Shit, that's not stuff I should be related to." And this is a time right now where people are seeing was open discussion, acknowledging. Certain communities with the resource of being allotted. And a lot of times, that whether it be affirmative action, what have you, you know what I'm saying, we get it's that question. It kind of get real vague and ambiguous with it, and it's not. We hit us with this whole slant, you know, you being racist. That's in the black community. I recall the campaign that we, the Black Panther Party Cubs, we still push post September 11th, 2001, the AAT bill, the African Anti-Terrorism Bill, and which addresses the terrorism. That, you know, I'm gonna go to City Hall and people were shook up. Councilman Charles Barron, who's a member of the Black Panther Party, he was online with it. It addressed the terrorism that African people are subjected to. You know what I'm saying? Everything from the fentanyl, now not fentanyl, but then the Percocet, the chemical biological warfare being waged on people, as opposed to Cook County Jail, concentration camp, not police brutality, police terrorism, as opposed to land grab, putting in that context.
Same thing with the Twin Towers.
On these students online, they were saying, well, somebody said, won't you change the name? You know, saying, as opposed to, I say, ironically, you look at even sometimes to our detriment. Black, we come from the cloth where Sheikh Anta Diop talked about. We work in harmony with other, you know, other nationalities. You know what I'm saying? You go to the Black Panther Party Free Breakfast Program. It's other children from different nationalities eating that too, though.
It's that part. They didn't turn down nobody.
You talk about the trees, the whales, other nationalities. Us, we don't never. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy because you know, they tell us, oh, don't just say black people. You know what I'm saying? In other communities, you know what I'm saying? You check our track record, you know what I'm saying? In some cases, our detriment. We be like, you know. So really, and it's sad to say, because sometimes you got to ease that conversation in, even to our people attached like a black. Don't say that word, you know what I'm saying? Just identify that, you know. And but we really got to seize the time. Like I said, it's a hell of a time. We're certain it's a climate, even though it's reactionary period, you know what I'm saying? And what we're talking about the dynamics of Trump and other ingredients. It's a climate where the emperor has no clothes on. So you tell me, although you're seeing in the discussion now, people opening Gaza, Palestine, Israel. You know what I'm saying? Even a lot of people know what's going on in Congo, Haiti. You know what I'm saying? So this whole we got to really kick the door in right now. You know? Yeah. Anything else y'all want to add?
So I gotta say that the Illinois does have a reparations commission that's happening right now. And I believe their next public meeting, which you can go to online, but you have to go to the Illinois ADCRC.gov website to look for it. And basically, it's happening, I want to say at 1 p.m. on Friday. So that's happening. Yep, this upcoming Friday, they're having their commission.
Y'all on there. We did seize the time. Yeah. So somebody type that in, y'all. Okay. So we can repost that. That's this Friday.
Yep, this Friday, the Illinois African Descent Citizens Reparations Commission, and we are having the Conrad Royal and Encover Chicago is having another reparations lunch and learn on May 2nd at the Discover Center, which is also the old Target on 87th Street. I got to make sure people know that it's the old Target. So that is something that we are doing so we can have people come in and understand and learn more about reparations as well.
So you're right. We live on the record on Freedom Radio on Spit and Making History, Taking History, Taping History. Conrad, we getting callers in queue?
It's like 5 minutes left.
Okay, 5 minutes left.
Any callers in queue?
You wouldn't mind if I did a shout out.
My brother Chairman, the callers if you'd like to come into queue, please press 1. Come on.
And I'm gonna say this too. I know our line, because this is something with the Black Panther Party Code. Fremont.
Someone jumped into queue.
Okay. Let me say this real quick. For the record. One of our most valuable resources that we have been ripped off from, you know what I'm saying? And this is something like people made, you know what I'm saying? Again, we ripped off and we constantly ripped off from, you know what I'm saying, copper, oil, gold, you name all the resources. One of the most valuable, the most valuable resource we've been ripped off from is black lives, our people. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say like that. I'm going to twist. I ain't no Black Lives Matter. I was in Black Power Matters. But those political prisoners who were held captive in those concentration camps. In fact, April 24th, I'll be in Philadelphia for Mumia Abu Jamal's 70th birthday. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah. We say, what's our call? Free them all. We got to have them prisoners back, y'all. You know what I'm saying?
You wouldn't mind if I did a shout out?
No. You don't do it.
Okay. Well, just since we're talking about upcoming events, there's going to be a rally for reparations in DC Tariq Nasheed is going to be hosting it. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be speaking. It's going to be a huge, massive event, June 15th. So if you guys can make it, it would be great if you can make it. If you guys can make it to Washington, D.C., June 15th at Freedom Plaza. So that's that Saturday. Is also going to be like thing, but it's really going to be the main thing is going to be a rally for reparations, because in the last few years we've been talking about reparations for decades, and it's always seemed like what you said, a pipe dream. And it hasn't been until recently where the situation of reparations, the conversation of reparations has been taken super serious, to the point where even political candidates are giving their stance, whether they agree or disagree. They're at least acknowledging the fact that this is an issue. California, whether you agree or disagree with how that turned out, California did have a task force to at least show you that the situation has gotten so severe to the point where they have to acknowledge it. The president has acknowledged it. Whether they now, I'm not saying that I agree or disagree with every politician's stance on it, but the acknowledgement of it shows the fact that this is a real tangible thing. You see this fact that white society is now trying to, or members of white society is now trying to, like the politicians are trying to put forth bans so we can't talk about it. That happened recently in Tennessee. They're trying to put forth bans to say you can't give any reparations or anything like that. So because of these things, let you know that we are closer than we've ever been. I need us to understand that freedom is not something that comes easy. Liberation is not something that comes easy. It's not something that comes without sacrifice or difficulty, but it is possible. We have been indoctrinated so badly to the degree that we don't believe that these things are possible. There were people when Harriet Tubman was running away, there were people who did not believe that you could escape, who did not believe that there was a life outside of slavery. There were people when Dr. King was preaching, when Malcolm X, when Fred Hampton was talking, there were people who did not believe, like, yeah, we'll always be under there. This is just what life is. We have to raise the consciousness, we have to raise awareness and say, this is not what life has to be.
Right.
This might be what life is currently, but it's not what life should be, number one, and it's not what life has to be, number two.
Right.
I'm throwing this in there too, y'all. And this more, this old saying, you know what I'm saying? As opposed to more money. What does it do? Well, okay. More money, more problem. We say more progress, more problems. So y'all know, you think you had to get grandma a funeral, you know what I'm saying? With Kathy the back and forth and backbiting and grandma supposed to left me this and that. That's the thought of discussion reparation. I'm telling you, hey, listen, I remember, I don't tell how old I am, though, you know what I'm saying? I remember some time ago, even to say, because it's been ups and downs with this discussion. And I remember different struggles, you know, and even we had said the Black Panther Party Cubs. I remember, you know what I'm saying, man, nobody, they were scared to say any connection to Black Panther Party. When that discussion started becoming popular, oh my, a movie come out, we say, man, people become black when it's beneficial.
Yep.
Yeah.
Play Panther when it's profitable.
Yep.
And Cubs when it's comfortable. So and they are this is so Machiavellian. They have come in, as Malcolm X said, the March on Washington. They said they can't stop it. They said let's co-opt it, water it down, change it, make some beat. They were putting people in front of you that you that person is not black, no African. They go, well, if you look at it this way, you can't see it black. You know what I'm saying? I'm be prepared for all that. I'm telling you, hey. It was so many members of the Black Panther Party after the movie, Judas Black Messiah. I was like, damn, what are you motherfuckers saying?
Right.
I say, we probably different cases. I say, man, so be prepared for that. So, man, get your garlic necklaces and some latex gloves. You know what I'm saying? Because the politics, you got to get some rings with people you know they ain't cool. Believe me, I say, but man, be prepared. So don't romanticize and show people that. A lot of times people say, man, I can't wait till this stuff start. You know, this is, I'm glad. And like I said, and it's like, we will. Contradictions. The ministry people say contradictions are the rule and principle of the universe.
Yep.
And I tell you, we don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Be willing to see certain things. It's like throwing up. When some nasty stuff would come out, we be like, damn, I can't believe that was been there all the time. Caller, tap in with it because we on the countdown no time. Tap in with us, caller.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm here.
Welcome to Freedom on Radio. Talk to us. We on the countdown
on radio.
On time. Talk to us. What's in your mind? What's your input? Talk to us.
Okay, I got 15 more minutes, Brother Che.
Okay, so
welcome to Freedom on Radio.
Because it sounds like you got, yes, sir. It sound like you got brother
There's only like 4 more minutes left in this clip.
If that is because then we want to definitely address the issue of power to the people, all power to the people, because our justice has been denied here in Chicago with this torture situation based on compassion situation. Wrongfully convicted, I was 28 and a half years. You didn't want to be wrongfully convicted and exonerated and still made to do an extra year of MSR because there is no parole system in Chicago. That's a safeguard that should have been safeguarding my body, safeguard me from the atrocities that I had to go through as a super predator being tagged in America. So when we talk about what's going on in our people, in our towns, from city to city, ghetto to ghetto across America, we all feeling the pain because our people, pain and suffering and suffering has come and been here. Prophecy been fulfilled for us. Babylon beware. America has eaten all of us and called us young. Now we done got old and here we come. Back again, son. Not to son anyone, but to rise and illuminate in the sky. The sky is the limit. And we ain't holding ourselves down or back. We got to uplift ourselves to show. Because ain't no doubt reparations are due. They give us our 40 acres in the field, but that field don't cost us to come
Brent, put whoever else.
but learn to earn. Put a lesson in front of any lesson lost.
Sorry about that, guys.
You right.
Get to stand and understand.
Okay, I'm on it.
Yeah. Right here in America, in Chicago, from Rampart to every heart, feeding heart across America, because our people feel that pain, and every queen mother understand again and again and again, because too many of us is dying in this fucking streets of Chicago, of Rampart, in the California. Work that them brothers doing down there, freeing everybody down there that got a mindset to be free. Because we talking about a state of being, and we all in different states across America. But we being slaughtered, we being hated. The hate that hate produced, don't let it produce.
Even the one that's down in a few minutes, my brother.
No weapons formed against us can't continue to prosper, and shall continue to prosper against those of God's people. The law must live, and the law will stand with the people. That's for sure.
Well,
we got these.
We're gonna close on that.
And ain't no doubt we got the resources. Because we got command of ourselves when we take command. And we got to take command of this shit that's going on. Our queen mother singing a sad song. Why cry on our song? Why cry our pain on a song? Because
bring it on in, brother. Bring it on in. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Because Larry Day sang a song that
we got one on in. Got to bring it on in, brother, man. But they close us out. They close us out.
We got the guys that sang a civil rights song that, as the brother said, was fun.
Bring tap back in with us. Listen. I gotta come on up out of here, y'all. I'm just gonna close the comments from our panel here, and I gotta close it on now. We gonna dig it. Okay, listen, right on. The people's pain reflects. Feel your pain. Think, man, call back in.
Yeah, we get passionate, man.
Brother. I was gonna say next Wednesday, but I think it's Wednesday, April 24th. I'm sure we'll be going live from Philadelphia for Abu Jamal's 70th birthday. Free Abu Jamal. Free them all.
Yeah.
Any closing comments from our panelists? I guess.
I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for having us. You didn't have to, but you did, and I think this was a very beneficial conversation. The subject of reparations is definitely a passion with me. So I appreciate any time I get on a platform, be able to talk, be able to elevate the consciousness or reignite the spirit of the people. So I thank you for that.
Thank y'all for coming in.
Nah, I just want to say thank you so much, Chairman. Like, you don't even know. Like, this has just made my whole week. You know what I'm saying? And all I can say is when we get down to Philadelphia, make sure you shout out my NCOBRA Philly co-chairs, Rashawn and Bree. they doing their work in, you know what I'm saying, in Cobra and the reparations movement down there as well.
So Nico, what is the movie right?
Oh, listen, I'm gonna let them know and make sure everybody follow it, Queen AF USA, so you can get that information about the meetings that are coming up, and so you can go ahead and see it.
Loud and direct, y'all. Spirit of making history, taking history, taking history. Another one for the episode, you know what I'm saying? And then this here. Put these like they doing Timbuktu, man. Bury some of these episodes on the ground with them just in case you trying to wipe us out, you know what I'm saying? Y'all go ahead and pull these episodes back up. Still I can know for another episode of Freedom on Radio here, Intellectual Radio. We will be tapping in with y'all again. Again, I think we're gonna be live Philadelphia. Me, Abu's 70th birthday. We had Push Hard, y'all. You know what I'm saying? He gonna celebrate. He celebrate the next birthday back in the community tomorrow. Long, y'all. Primo me, Abu Jamal, Free Amal was the call. Keep your heads up, eyes when the fists clench. Sister Conway, what you got to take us out? Also, keep brother C.A. Brown. Y'all put him on YouTube. C.A. Brown. Put him up on YouTube. Keep him on y'all minds and hearts. And brother, I'm not coming. I'm coming to come visit you, man. You know what I'm saying? Before I get up out of here, man. Man, Sister Conway, what you got to take us out with?
Okay, brother. Okay, welcome back. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna stop it there. All right. So Shabaka, before you go, what are your quick thoughts on this interview with Chairman Fred Hampton Jr.?
Very, 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 very good, very good, very good. Also, too, see, he's keeping a spirit going on of his father, plus of the party. Now, Karl Marx, and I do know that you, in the late 60s, that you did have a lot of black organizations that embraced Marxism, right? Okay, but Karl Marx was kind of like Mahatma Gandhi.
Ian Lennox.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Karl Marx was kind of like Gandhi, okay? It's because when Gandhi did his thing in South Africa, he says Kafirs, which is a term for niggas in the United States, don't have the intelligence to embrace it. And information that I came across, and information that I came across Karl Marx, he simply stated something similar. Now, in any given situation, you take what is useful, leave what is useless. But as I stated here in our chat room, we must control our own factors of production, which is land, labor, capital, and risk management. Now, when you do risk management, you have to understand something. All money ain't good money. Look what the fuck happened to BET. You see what I'm saying? Old Robert Johnson, he built up BET. So old Robert Johnson flipped it, sold it to them punks over there in Hollywood, Paramount, I believe, or something like that, or Universal. Okay, Universal. So he walks up there to United Airlines, you know, skinning and grinning like Tim Scott. Yeah, and he puts his briefcase down. Well, I'm ready to invest in United Airlines, man. And them crackers looked at him and said, "Hey, man, check this out."
Well, I don't know why we didn't invest in Piedmont Airlines. We already had an airline company already in Atlanta that he could have invested in.
Okay, yeah, that part. Now, not to mention the fact that over there on the continent, you got some black-owned airlines. You see what I'm saying? And that's why, Brother Che, when you and I were supposed to meet up there, man, at UC Berkeley, man, because we was going to cuss out that old raggedy tramp Ann Coulter before the COVID hit. You see what I mean? Because Ann Coulter gets up here on the plane, you see what I mean, and saw that the whole cockpit crew was black, the pilot, the co-pilot, and the two navigators, right? And all of them were combat veterans, okay? And all of them were black women. So Ann Coulter, oh no, they're not qualified and all that. And we was going to be getting ready to cuss that raggedy ass heifer out. I don't know who I want to cuss out more, her or this MG or Marguerite Green Taylor, whatever, with her ugly ass.
For the next topic, because it's about the California bill about the reparations genealogy office.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, yeah. And I'll research that before tomorrow. And I will go march my ass up there to the state capitol. I will do a live feed just like I did with Hollywood, Brother Che. You know I will do it. And I will go up there and say, hey, man, direct me to the governor's office. You know what I mean? But you got to have a certain decorum, is because you could best believe the California State Police will arrest your ass. Okay? Okay, and that's for real. That's for real. So I'm going to get with Dr. Bay on that, you know, before I make such a move. You see what I mean? And then on California, why California owns the reparations? Well, man, they didn't have slavery in California. But you had the Fugitive Slave Act, and our East Coast correspondent, Brother Isaiah, brought that there to my attention. Okay, just like where some slave traders out the great state of Texas, down there, good in the bud. Okay. They went prospecting for gold in California. So they took their slave with them. So they put the slave down there, and this is a woman now mining that gold and what have you. And every time I go down Highway 49, man, the 2-lane highway, real narrow, I listen to the wind and I hear the stories of long ago. You see what I'm saying? Which is an ancient African proverb, you see, because going back to tradition is the first step forward. So as Brother Isaiah had pointed out, our East Coast correspondent, okay, he says, check out Biddy Mason. And I did. And what she did was, man, when she got her freedom and got her share of the gold, she started her business down there on Spring Street in downtown Los Angeles. And I don't know if it was clothing, or I don't know if it was a hotel or whatever, but
I think it was a hotel, Shabaki.
Okay, yeah. And then, of course, as you know, the sister who had owned a ranch out there, which was Hollywood, Beverly Hills. Okay, wait a minute. Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and I'm trying to think what the hell is next to Beverly Hills when you go west. Brentwood. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Brentwood. Yeah, she owned all that. So they came out there, with some BS and took her land. You see, and like I said, and this is why I said here, the 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, risk management.
Yeah.
Risk management is the entrepreneur, the dude that has the vision to innovate something right there, you see. And as far as this garbage, can we just get along? No, we can't. Cut the fucking check. $800 trillion in tangibles. And then with that there, ladies and gentlemen, since they hijacking, my data right here, I'm gonna give everybody a good night.
Okay, well, what are your quick thoughts on this genealogy bill that they're about to run in California?
Hey, man, check this out. I'll be more than happy to take my genealogy chart, you know what I'm saying, and smash them in their face with it. I want to go speak on the damn state assembly floor on that one. But I got to make sure, I got some bail money, you know what I'm saying, because next you're going to be having free Shabaka, you know what I'm saying. But I will talk elegantly. I will talk clearly and intelligently, and I do know the word is intelligence. See, that's the difference between a wise man and a fucking fool, okay? And say, hey, man, y'all owe this money. Look what y'all did to William Leadersdorf up there in Folsom. Read the story on William Leadersdorf, the first black banker in California, how they got him. You see what I'm saying? Okay, the prison industrial complex. You see what I'm saying? Up there in Folsom. And keep in mind that Folsom is not only a slammer, but it's the name of a city in California. That's what
Folsom is the original name of the people of this land that we call America now. Those are the original people, the Folsom people. Dr. Claude Anderson talks extensively about that.
Okay. You sound like you're well read. And then if we can get Sister Bianca to come on there with us, is because she had posted up some information about the Ohlone. Okay, and keep in mind that there's a college there in the Bay Area called Ohlone College. And the last I spoke with her, she was saying that it was probably named after him. And keep in mind, there was something else that Sister Bianca was labeling on me about fossils or something right there at the edge of Frisco Bay. Because, see, Oakland is only 45 feet above sea level. You see what I'm saying? Okay, you guys up there in the Mile High, man, and oh man, yeah, I've been there. It's hard to breathe up there. You know what I mean? Okay, but however, I appreciate the great state of Colorado, the Centennial State, and then I'm gonna say this here, brother Paris. The Lake Show is garbage. They got to rebuild the team. Okay, same thing with the Raiders. They have to rebuild the team. Keep them ponies in a barn.
No, the Broncos, goddamn it, the Broncos. You were going good there, you said that. The Broncos. And you gave them
well, sir, we
y'all
will
have
see
no
you
water,
for our
no,
two
no
games
water to
that
sell
we
on.
play
How are
in
you
the
pirates
NFL
with no
season.
water?
Okay, and then we're Raiders, we're Pirates. You know what I'm saying? Why do you think we're here in Las Vegas? Oh, and by the way, City of Oakland, we're hijacking your Oakland A's as well. So for those
Oakland
of
ain't
us,
gonna have nothing but fun.
well, you know what I'm saying? You know, the black community got to come back together again up there. After all, it is the birthplace of the Black
Of the
Panther
original
Party.
Black Panther Party. All right, well, thank
Okay.
you for joining us tonight, Shabaki.
Okay, appreciate you. Okay, drop some knowledge there, Sister Becca, and thank you so very, very much for joining us. We come on the regular. Get with Brother Paris, and hopefully, Sister Becca, you could join us tomorrow night. We will not be cussing, okay? It's because the
I don't
elder.
mind.
Okay, no, but the elder we having on tomorrow night, he specified not no cussing, so join us, and then of course when you hear people cussing, and you're gonna hear me say eject button push, next one. You know what I'm saying? Say so. We're giving the elder his respect, it's because he has a lot of knowledge to drop. You know what I mean?
He was almost 90 years old.
Yeah, the elder's almost 90 years old, you know what I'm saying? So therefore, we're giving him his respect, you know what I'm saying? And then, and let the elder drop knowledge. So, because what he's doing is passing on his knowledge to the next generation. And then what I'm doing is that the knowledge that I came across, I'm passing on to the generation after me. And to quote the words of Bruce Lee, in any given situation, take what is useful, leave what is useless. Now, keep in mind, I'm not the most brilliant person that there is now. I make errors. You know what I'm saying? So, but dagnabbit, we try to do the best we can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very, very much for joining us here on Frontline Black News this evening. The show is still going on. I have to get ready for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer tomorrow night, 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 7 p.m. up there in the mountain, 8 p.m. there in the Central Time Zone, and 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Come one, come on. We're having a great, knowledgeable elder on there tomorrow night. And thank you so very much. And night, night from Sin City.
And right when you tapped out, Jay Militant came in.
Okay, right on, Jay Militant. Take over, man. You know what I'm saying? You daggone right. Oh, and by the way, Jay Militant, the bill now, sir, is $800 trillion in tangibles. We tacking interest on it like a mob boss. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is correct. Okay, y'all. Have a nice night. Okay. Talk to you tomorrow.
Good night, Brother Shabaka.
Yes, ma'am, Sister Becca. Pleasure making your acquaintance, ma'am. All right. Okay. Take care.
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the Afro Elite interview with Chairman Fred Hampton Jr.? Lady
Sorry about
Che?
that. I was on mute. I apologize. I was on mute. What were my thoughts?
The interview.
Well, I was surprised. We should be thankful that he was able to get an interview spot. That's kind of a really big honor. I think he did good. He looked kind of scared. I don't know why he looked like that, but he did look kind of unsure. However, he did a pretty decent job. He did a pretty good job, I think.
And we just gonna keep confirming that interest.
That thing about the Panthers is man, when are we not passionate and long-winded?
Yeah, but, it was the end of the show. You know how that goes.
The end of the show.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, it was. I think he did all right. I mean, shit, he got on there.
Yeah.
I think that he addressed some of the main finer points. And that's pretty much all I can say. I mean, he did a pretty decent job for it. He highlighted the fact of the reparations rally coming up, and some other key points. So it was pretty okay.
Yeah.
He did a decent job.
Okay. Thank you, Lady Che. Sister Becca, what are your thoughts on it?
I enjoyed him speaking on that. I think they should have brought up also about the reparations that France made Haiti pay when Haiti beat the brakes off of France, you know?
Yeah.
But maybe since it's becoming such a big deal here, you know, it's always been that, but, you know, actually in the spotlight and on our eyes, that maybe somebody can bring that up June 15th, you know, or, you know, to him to speak up on it, because I feel like they need to give every single cent of that back to Haiti. They had no business taking it. They were sore losers, you know, just like the Confederacy here when they lost.
And they got compensated.
Yes, they got reparations that they didn't even deserve, you know? But it's so bittersweet because the people that actually deserved it never got to see it. They, you know, died, and some of them didn't even have legacies to leave behind. So it's unfair for them. But I think that it needs to be brought into the spotlight, especially with everything going on in Haiti right now, how they were robbed not only once but twice, because, you know, Bush and Clinton robbed them too.
Yep. They sure did. That's our sister, Dr. Truth Bay. She's actually in Haiti or on her way to Haiti. She's trying to become the prime minister of Haiti, Lady Che, if I'm not mistaken. And she's pushing that as well. So
that's so good, because I mean, France ain't hurting.
I think too that in the United States, there's a lot of guilt tripping for other people's countries, other things that are going on in other countries, you know, and they want Black people to, you know, almost force them to pick sides or whatnot. When in reality, you know, they don't show up for Black people. And even in current day and times, you know, they will guilt trip, all sorts of different things, you know. Not on us, but that's what's going on in other countries. You know, we're over here. Like, why do we have to have a say or certain things, or be called certain names because we don't want to have picked sides of whatever. The other thing is too, all these agendas and things that are happening, and them talking about money going here, money going there. They seem to fail to acknowledge the fact that they have yet to acknowledge or pay Black people for reparations. But yet they want so much, and they want to shun Black folk for even discussing the topic at hand, which is reparations. You know, they want to talk about, well, you know, our money's going to this war, that war. Like, first of all, we're not responsible for that. You know what I mean? And in reality, we're getting overtaxed, you know, double taxed sometimes for a lot of things. They don't want to acknowledge that. I think it's very unfair to continuously ask Black people for pick a side, go ahead and co-sign these agendas, things like that, when they're not willing to. They never come through for Black people. When Black people have a issue or crisis, no one wants to stand with Black people unless they try to tokenize or capitalize off of it. And that's plight, shame, death, anything like that happens to Black people. We are rarely celebrated, mostly hated, and constantly mimicked. I think that also too, it's a detriment that these other things that happen, these other races, other wars, people protesting, no matter what the protest is, consistently badger Black Americans, and not take account for the lack there of reparation acknowledgement, paying anything towards it. The fact that Black people are still in benign neglect or paying the Black tax or even in a Black Holocaust currently. So I feel like I feel thankful that this interview happened.
Yeah. All right. Well, shout out to Afro Elite. Good job.
Good job, Afro Elite.
I think with the time frame that you had, you got your point out. You articulated the right talking points, if you will, for the new Black media and our reparations movement. So you did a real good job.
And you represented well.
And you represented FBA very well. So we're proud of you, brother.
Yeah, he didn't do no ratchet, nothing. He represented pretty well. You know, he was respectful. He was insightful. You know, he did pretty well for the limited time and considering where he was.
Yeah. Mm. All right, so I'm going to move us along to the California bill for reparations genealogy office. So California bill proposes reparations genealogy office. Professor Black Truth is going to give us this take on it. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. If you haven't liked or subscribed to
family and fellow soldiers,
how are you doing? I've been listening to Professor Black Truth for over 10 years now, and everything that he said has come into fruition. So it is very much a trusted source. And this brother, he gets to jump on stuff before any of the other content creators even mention or bring up any of this stuff. So shout out to him.
The professor, and this is the moment of truth. Dr. King once said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. But I say that the opposite is also true. If a bastion of justice is allowed to exist anywhere on any part of this planet, it becomes a threat to injustice everywhere. Why? Because it stands as an example to the rest of the world of how the good guys can take control of their own lives. It shows them that the way the world is not the way that humanity actually has to be. It's the way that it's forced to be. And that if people start putting the arm on the bad guys, we can actually change it to what it should be. Right now, California's lawmakers are considering a bill that would create a genealogy office to determine who's eligible for reparations. If the bill becomes law, it would establish the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. Well, you gotta like the name, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Freedmen indeed.
Yep.
Just goes to show that these people out there in California, they see the stuff that's being said by those of us online, the people who have been speaking about this for the longest time. They hear what's being said by the Black folks who are on the internet.
Oh, yeah,
they see it.
Here.
And that being the case, they're trying to glom onto it, at least because they feel it's going to give them legitimacy.
Yep.
But I say we still keep an eye on them regardless. And speaking of keeping an
hold on, I got to pause it right there. Lady Che, remember when that chick that called herself trying to call me out was trying to pigeonhole the Palestinian shit with the Black struggle here in America?
That's what they always do, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's a case in point right there. So they watching, they listening.
Yep. That lady said that
eye
shit
on, folks. You gotta love how Fox News decides to turn every one of their so-called news pieces into nothing more than a thinly veiled editorial. They're claiming that reparations are a handout. No, the system of racial goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that white supremacy has given to certain people, that's the handouts.
Yep.
The Homestead Act, the taking of Black land after Reconstruction, U.S. government programs for white veterans of both world wars, programs that Blacks were completely and thoroughly shut out of, using money from Black urban centers to pay for the establishment of whites-only suburbs, banks who accepted deposits from Black patrons, but then who engaged in redlinings and systematically denying loans only to those same Black patrons. People who the government and corporations gave things to that they didn't earn at the expense of those who did. Those are the handouts. So California establishing a genealogy office, they haven't done it, but they're considering the legislation. In principle, this is good, though, of course, as you know, the language about up to the 19th century, people whose ancestors were here up until that point, obviously that is beyond problematic, but at the very least, it makes it where the flood of tethers who came in 50 years ago aren't considered. So that being the case, it's certainly a hell of a lot better than it would have been. Right. But you notice how the language from the detractors has changed? This is from Fox News, the premier white supremacist broadcast mouthpiece. The California bill defines a descendant as descendants of an African-American chattel enslaved person in the United States or descendants of a free Black person living in the U.S. prior to the end of the 19th century. Now, keep in mind, for many years, especially since we started making reparations into an actual issue, you've had the white supremacists, the tethers, and the bootlicks who have pretended not to know how eligibility for reparations would be determined. Oh, how would you know who gets what? Well, who would it be based on? Playing all these little word games, pretending like they don't know. Well, how would you evaluate it? I'd love to see those clowns now. Aren't they going to keep pretending that it's impossible to know who's a descendant of an American slave? Aren't they going to be claiming that there's no way to know? Shouldn't they be dragging out that line of BS now? Yeah. Doesn't sound so good now that things actually start moving, because the reason that they were saying all that stuff and giving all of these phony denials and pretending that they didn't know what was because they were hoping people would become confused. But over here, we are laser focused. We know exactly who's eligible and who's not, and they know it too. But what they think is that they're going to throw up some white noise, and apparently that's going to drown us out, but it hasn't. Now, keep in mind, at this point, it's just a bill. It has not been passed into law. But the thing that's important is this is pretty much putting in place that genealogy, reparations based on lineage, is indeed the direction this is going to go. And as goes California, so goes the nation. The bad guys are terrified of the precedent that this sets, not just in the U.S., but also abroad. And speaking of foreign-born Black folks, the work that we've done here has translated into the UN, making some vague croakings about reparations for African states in general. Reuters says, quote, support is building among African and Caribbean nations for the creation of a tribunal to address reparations, which might include financial payments. Now, how is it that you got African and Caribbean nations who are not automatically pounding the table for reparations? Why is it that they got to come up with a tribunal to address reparations, that support is building for it? You mean you don't already have huge support now? You're not already eagerly in favor of it? And to say that it might include financial payments, of course, this is coming from Reuters, one of the main white supremacist little mouthpieces. So, of course, they're going to be throwing that kind of language in there. But my question is, how far off the mark are they really, given the behavior, or rather the reluctance, of African nations to step forward for what they believe that they're owed? They're ambivalent about whether they should get money for the wrongs that the Europeans did to them. Well, their leaders over there in Africa are never ambivalent about whether they should get money from these same white nations, which usually winds up in a Swiss bank account somewhere. This is all suspect as hell what the UN is saying, these little intimations that maybe we're thinking about reparations for these guys. But regardless, we all know the real reason that these UN figures are making insincere talk. We know why they're doing it now. Everyone's seen what we've been doing, and now more people in Africa are getting agitated. Do you think that it's just some kind of lucky coincidence that both the story about California's reparations genealogy office proposal and the UN talking about reparations regarding these African countries, both of these stories came about in the same 24-hour period? You think that that was just happenstance?
No.
That it just fell that way? It just happened to be like that? No. As I've been telling you for the longest time, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. Everyone has seen what we've been doing, and you've had a lot of these folks in Africa who usually are just quiet. They've been getting a little bit agitated. The work that we've been doing has been putting a spine in people's backs. When they see us getting something, that makes them feel like they should have already gotten something long before us. Let's just be real about it. For the UN to be talking about reparations, it's clear that they're trying to do an international version of the same con game that the white supremacists in the US have been running here. They're going to try to redefine what should constitute reparations, and they want to make sure that it never translates into cash payments directly to the victims of colonialism. But then again, when we say victims, though sometimes I feel that where certain parties over there are concerned, the word victims ought to have an asterisk beside it. All of those African countries owe us a debt of gratitude. And what they also owe us is the freedom to travel freely within the continent, and land and resources as well. That's an issue that also needs to be broached. We have done the most for Africa, and we've been treated the worst by those same nations. They ought to be jumping at the chance to welcome us with open arms. If we were to establish an economic base there, we would do a hell of a lot more for them than their own misleaders have done. And whether anyone wants to hear it or not, we would also do better than the native population has done for themselves. We don't have the tribalism and empty ethnic boasting that has paralyzed these nations from being able to work together. One of the biggest problems that Africa has is that everybody splits themselves up according to their little tribes or little ethnic groups. And it is precisely this rampant factionalism over there that's allowed everyone from the Western Asians to the Romans to the Persians to the Europeans to the Arabs to the Chinese and everyone else to just freely rape Africa for millennium. And rather than fix the situation, a lot of folks chose to flee instead. And then, in order to make up for the embarrassment of having to flee, they decide to dump on us, the very people who didn't do anything to them, the very people who helped them to get here in the first place. You can tell that that eats away at a lot of folks from over there. They get over here and they feel some kind of way and they look at themselves and they see somebody who fled. And they look at us and say, well, we know that that's what you see too, so we're going to dump on you as a way to bolster our confidence. Wrong move. And speaking of which, there's been some loose talk about how any reparations effort for Africans should also include Haiti as well. Billions of dollars for Haiti. Nice idea. Everyone's crying tears for Haiti, but the truth is the continent of Africa is in similar shape. Had the attitude of the African leaders, or at the very least their populations in general, been different towards us, had they made any genuine attempt at all in the last 150 years to make amends and show respect, then my disposition would be different. But they've instead wasted the last century and a half, ignoring us at first, and then when they were forced to have to come to terms with the tide of history we represent, they instead of embracing us chose to insult us. They used us so that they could get a foothold in the door in the U.S. and then promptly spat in our faces and began to tell us that they were better than us and deny that racism even exists. The same attitude that led to the slave trade hasn't gone away, and we need to be honest about that. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, all history is a current event. Everything that has ever happened continues to happen. Now, to be sure, most Africans had nothing whatsoever to do with the slave trade, and I would even say that most Africans probably do not have the same level of enmity as their leaders have shown. But we have to be honest with ourselves about the fact that while a majority of them may not be with the BS, enough of them are. And certainly their leadership is. Colonialism would never have been possible had there not been a group of Africans who were eager to collaborate with the Europeans. A number of turncoat leaders who allowed the Europeans to do in Africa what they have been doing in Europe. Remember, whenever you find a group of people who are being oppressed, you always find that a number of them were complicit. No system of oppression can endure for the long term without turning some of the oppressed into collaborators in their own oppression. From Africa to the Caribbean, they all owe a huge debt of gratitude to us. We put reparations on the map. We did that. What happens in the U.S. reverberates around the world. But it wasn't the Nigerians or the Sudanese or the Haitians or the Jamaican immigrants in the U.S. who pushed for reparations. They were the main ones saying that we don't deserve it. Those immigrants who came here, they were the ones saying, well, reparations never going to happen no how. You people, you need to have our work ethic, don't you know? People who want to ingratiate themselves with the white power structure one moment, and then the second they see us making some moves, they suddenly want to pretend to be down with the struggle the next. That don't wash. And neither do these Europeans in the UN saying stuff about reparations to suddenly have the same white nations who carried out the slave trade and colonialism suddenly saying that they want to atone. That sounds and smells like a trap to me. It sounds like offering reparations is like reparations for everyone. It sounds like that's what they're doing. And if I were an African citizen, I wouldn't be planning what blonde woman from Europe I would be spending that money on. The British are already holding firm on their position that they're not going to be paying reparations at all. They instead insist that the focus needs to be on learning lessons from history. That's hilarious coming from Britain's ruling party, the Tories, who have done everything they can to prohibit the teaching of history in Britain. And not to mention, though, it also tells us why people like Douglas Murray, another Brit, were so hot and bothered and furious about the idea of reparations in the United States. You have a white guy from Britain who was in a U.S. rag from Rupert Murdoch, the New York Post, saying that there shouldn't be reparations for Black Americans. This guy's in Britain. Not a single penny would have come out of his pocket for reparations, but he understood that us agitating for reparations over here would also put a spine in Black people in Britain to agitate for reparations over there. He understands what we do here sets the tone for the rest of the Black world, although the rest of the Black world refuses to admit it. That's okay. The white supremacists see it. The only ones waving the flag for reparations has been us, full stop. Anyone else who says they have been is lying. We've had Black people like the NAACP fighting against us, saying that cash reparations shouldn't be made. This issue is so threatening to white supremacy that it forces everyone to declare where they stand. You simply cannot support cash reparations without also being an open enemy of white supremacy. So you got the cowards, tools, turncoats, and bootlicks who get terrified and show their true colors. Oh yeah, they're worried about making massa unhappy.
Oh yeah.
As usual, it's only after we do all the heavy lifting and the fighting that everyone else tiptoes in afterwards and begins talking tough.
Yeah.
As if they had been down with the struggle from day one when they were the main ones standing on the sidelines saying, Massa, we aren't saying anything about reparations, so don't get mad at us. We have to establish a new normal. Those who do the work are the only ones who should get the rewards.
That's right.
White supremacy aims to maintain the unequal racial status quo it created by maintaining the racial wealth gap. If black people get something, then they automatically twist and pervert things to make sure everybody else gets something too, just to make sure that that racial wealth gap doesn't change. The detractors and naysayers have been slamming their gums for years. But we've remained on our square.
Right.
Without us, none of the people who are currently talking about reparations for Africa or the Caribbean would even be saying a word about it.
That's right.
They sure as hell weren't saying anything before we started banging that drum.
Right.
Without us, none of the white nations who are pretending to want to pay lip service to reparations would even be doing that much.
Yep.
This is why we're taking care of ourselves, family, why we're focusing on ourselves. And it's also why these other black groups outside the U.S., they should be supporting us on this as well. If they really want progress to be made, they need to be admitting to the reality that we represent. It may not make them happy, but it is the truth. Their own leaders in Haiti, Jamaica, and Africa would sell them out and pocket the money because that's what they've been doing all these decades.
Yep.
What they need is an actual model of black people who are focused on making sure the reparations translates into economic empowerment.
That's right.
And that's us. So to the black folks out there in California who have been putting in the work, and yeah, I'm talking about Brother Tariq, they can take a bow on this one. And all the fools who have been laughing and saying, well, who's reparations even going to apply to? You don't hear them laughing anymore, do you? Just like Fox News, instead of ridicule, now it's turned to anger. And that's how you know we're heading in the right direction.
Yep.
Good day, and be one.
Excellent. Excellent piece. As usual from Professor Black Truth.
Yep.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the California bill?
I agree. I mean,
Genealogy office?
I agree. And also, I'm conflicted, really. This is something that was brought up during the task force that they were going to do. Yet, you know, given that Gavin Newsom was like, no, and then the way they were acting like it's going to take up to 8 to 10 years due to, you know, all sorts of deficit, Newsom problems, whatever. I was kind of conflicted. So I don't know what to think. It's in hindsight, it's a good thing if it's a reality because there's people like me that, you know, are at the beginning of their journey, you know, to figure things out for themselves. So in one way, it's a good thing. The other way, it's not. In one way, it's good if it goes for every state across the nation. However, it's complicated. It really is. It is going to take a little bit of time. It just feels like there's going to be a lot more to it. I don't, you know, as far as like what we've been saying for a long time, sue your own colonizer. You know, other countries and other people, and whatnot, have been extremely negative towards us wanting to go for what is actually owed. All these countries, everybody owes reparations. You know, there's a lot of reparations that need to be dealt with. However, we're starting right here. A lot of people have been so negative in just the topic or the conversation. And as you can see throughout the news and legislation, they'll do anything and everything to leapfrog over and give legislation to other groups and other agendas versus even addressing what is actually owed. They don't even want to talk about it. And when they do, it's negative. You got people like, for example, Jesse Lee Peterson telling us they're begging consistently. It's not begging if it's owed.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? There's a lot of negativeness towards it, and it's because the fear of knowing they're gonna have to pay out their ass for what is owed to the descendants of chattel slavery, and the Aboriginals here. It is like they can't fathom. They don't even want to discuss it. They just want to get upset, and deflect. And in reality, we have been very consistently applying pressure in a slow, steady, slow cooking pace, and it's only gonna get more intense. The more they put up other things and other groups, other agendas in front of what is being demanded, the worse it's gonna get. And at this point, no one cares what the dominant society media is saying. No one cares what any tethers are saying. No one cares about other countries deciding they want to go get reparations. Keep in mind that CARICOM and all that, they didn't even know how to even do the math for what they were owed in certain countries. They were looking to us. They were looking to the United States for help, and now all of a sudden they're so cocky and arrogant. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's ridiculous, and from jump, thankfully Tariq Nasheed, when he did the tangibles and whatnot, he used to say, "Hold your own nuts." Hold your own nuts, and colonizer, and that's pretty much how we've been. So you're a colonizer. The fuck does that got to do with the United States? And in regards to the United States, it's always the other groups and other people here that want to shame and deflect from what is owed to the Black people here in the United States. And that's the real travesty.
Right on. All right, Sister Becca, what are your thoughts on what Professor Black Truth just laid out about this bill for reparations genealogy test?
I agree with it as well. And he said, and Fox News is already rearing its ugly head because they did a reel. I don't know if you've seen it, but it said beach brawl. Did you see that?
Which one? The one where the brother was taking flight on them white supremacists at the pool?
No, it's from, because you know how they say like Fox News 36 or Fox News. This is from the actual main channel, and they did a reel, and it said beach brawl, and you got a bunch of Black people from HBCUs that went to the beach to have fun, and they called it a brawl, and nobody was brawling there. There was a bunch, and they just decided to put that on a reel and call it a brawl when it wasn't. And
it was a brawl. What happened in Alabama last summer? That was a brawl.
Yeah, exactly. August 5th.
So they're inventing a narrative.
Yeah, they're inventing one, and surprising to me, I go straight to the comments, and they pissed off white people to where the white people are, they're saying comments that normally we would say against that. So I don't know if it's just because Mumia's birthday is coming or because of this reparations issue, but expect to see a whole lot more of that from Fox. And like her, they're arrogant, and I don't care about their feelings on this matter. If you owe, you owe.
Right.
We can't care. I mean, that's the whole point.
They're never going to agree.
Too much. That's being that passive aggressive stuff that has been going on. We've cared too long when they don't get involved in Black issues unless they're trying to tokenize or capitalize. They don't get involved. They don't get upset when we lose a brother, a sister, a child, or elder. They don't care. They don't give a damn. Prime example, the case that's going on right now with the sister being dismembered. That's not really being talked about all day, every day. They picked certain things they want to highlight, and the rest of it is like shame, blame, and explain. At some point, people are numb, and they just want to fight now for what is actually important to Black people. Reparations, a crime bill, for protections, housing, fair work, things like that. Those are really important things versus having to live the way we've been living and to watch the money that you work for go out to everything other than you and your family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when Sister Shay said that it would take 8 to 10 years, that means it's going to sit somewhere and they're going to collect interest on it. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be important.
They want to educate everybody. They want to educate the whites and about the plight of racism and how they got to this point, redlining, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm 44 years old. It's not very difficult to, read and figure it all out. These people, if they really gave a damn, if Caucasians really gave a damn, they would have been educated themselves, and versus staying on that lane of racism, white supremacy, and belligerently, consistently disrespecting Black people, even when they steal their intellectual property, the advances that we make, they take them and make them theirs. The belligerent benign neglect. The suffrage is real, and they don't even want you to complain about it. They're like,
no,
do your best to hold yourself up. What bootstraps?
Exactly. What boots?
What boots?
Like the brother said, I think it was Afro Elite. He said, "Y'all keep taking our boots. You won't let us have no straps, so we can pull ourselves up."
Right now, we just wearing jellies.
And as much as they're complaining about, we don't want you to have no reparations, this and that, they're going to still figure out how they can try to get what you have, try to get their piece, even though they're not entitled.
All while they're sending billions, if not trillions of dollars overseas for Ukraine, for Israel, for whatever the fuck. All this money that's leaving the United States and going overseas that could be benefiting actual American citizens. But they keep telling us they can't pay us. But
anything against us, they got a blank check.
$4 trillion.
And all the funding they get, there's big money in crime, poverty, all the things that are going on right now currently in every single state. You got a drug epidemic, allegedly mental health. You got gun issues. You got unhoused situations, migrants, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All that is big money that they keep getting funded for in a revolving, belligerent issue. So it's no wonder
that COVID relief money that they still ain't issued out.
Yeah. So what, Jesse?
They got all that COVID relief money in all these states and cities. They got all this COVID relief money that they still haven't allocated to what it was supposed to be allocated for. It's just sitting in a big ass pot somewhere, gaining interest, gaining dust.
And yet they still keep getting funding for other things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, where's all this money, and why are the people in benign neglect and impoverished? Like, there's a lot of poverty going on right here. Not just with the migrants. We're talking about the people that actually live here.
Mm-hmm. And that was going on before they brought the migrants in. Yeah. They weren't batting no eyes about none of that. They wasn't trying to take no unhoused neighbor home. They wasn't trying to put unhoused people up in housing. It was, get the hell out, move along, we don't want to see you, all this.
To jail.
Yeah, we can do better and all this shit. But we're going to pass a camping ban and we're going to double down on it. We see that y'all ran an initiative to overturn the camping ban, but we can do better. So we're going to do better. It's been 5 years and we're not doing better. We're doing worse.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier about strong leadership. If there was really such a thing, a lot of these bills that would have went through would have got canceled or set back. Somebody should have said something, but everybody's too busy placating to whoever's paying whoever they gotta pay to, or they gotta answer to.
We're receiving payments from them, yeah.
I don't think there's such thing as an actual strong leader, because if there was, I don't think, how long do you really think they would last, you know?
Not that long, but 2 years is enough for me. Oh, Sister Becca, I'm running for House District here in the state of Colorado, District 8, which has been a historically Black district since the early 1960s.
Oh, you just did that?
Mm-hmm. I just filed, yeah.
It's already been met with such vigor.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Mm.
I was like, God damn, like immediate. That's immediate.
Mm-hmm. I got caught up today. I'm like, really?
What is it? House District what?
8.
Okay. I'm taking notes.
There's a lot of things that can be done from the House seat, you know, versus the local seat, and especially for Black people in the state, amongst other things, you know. The people are so afraid. I look at it as fear. People are so afraid. They're just so adamant, like, no. It's funny.
Yeah,
it's funny.
It's to be expected, and we're at war. So my thoughts on this is, I hope it passes in the law. Gavin, punk ass Newsom, you need to pass this in the law. And y'all, white supremacists, suspected white supremacists, stop telling us to get over something that's still going on. Y'all know what the hell y'all did. Y'all know what y'all continue to do. Cut the goddamn check. To hell with a damn study, because we're looking at doing this here in Colorado as well. And we're getting already pushback from these do-nothing organizations such as the NAACP, talking about we need to do a study. The hell you need to study? It's still going on. Cut the goddamn check.
Yeah.
Like I said, $800 trillion for past presidents. These atrocities have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2024.
Sister Shakur, what state are you in?
State or city?
Both.
Oh, Arlington, Texas.
Oh, so Arlington, Texas.
The Dallas Metroplex.
Yeah.
Are you seeing a lot of the influx?
I see a lot of people just coming and coming and coming and coming. That's what I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they try to, we know that it's capped. They're like, oh, it's slowing down. It's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't see the unity that used to be here. You know, it's like I came late or something, because where they at and what happened, you know?
Man. That seems to be every city that used to have a lot of Black people or had a good significant Black population or community. Same story all around. What else was I gonna say? I was gonna say something about the what's happening in Texas. Oh, here in Denver. So it's gotten so bad here, Sister Becca, that our the white boy that they selected, Johnston, he is now wanting to send the illegal immigrants over to Kansas City. And the coon ass mayor over there, he's all with it, like, yeah, we'll take them over here in Kansas City. So, anybody in KC Mo, you might want to tell them to holler at that mayor and tell them, no, hell no.
Right.
What y'all have to go through over there in Denver and in Chicago, and you want to bring these mugs over here now? So, yeah.
Is that Republican or Democrat state?
It's a Republican state.
Oh Lord, because there's a lot of empty states going on. Like, I mean, either way, I think that these mayors are like the money is there, but it's not really in our perspective, not really our responsibility. The thing is that when you come illegally and you're not doing what you're supposed to in your other country before you got here, it's kind of the issue for me. The thing is that they're like, what does that say about them? Like, you know what I mean? Because they were like, all good, and then we catch them on 9 News yelling at the immigrants. So like, what does that really say? You gave up?
Jesus someone said, "Come on in. We'll take you. We'll put you up in the house. We got all these apartment buildings. Come on in, migrants. We'll put you up." And now all those same mayors that was promoting that bullshit is having second thoughts. Just look at Eric Adams. After he said, "Oh, y'all come on in the Big Apple. We'll take y'all over here." Now he's saying, "Oh, hell no. Get the hell out of here. Y'all got to go somewhere else. Chicago. We got a problem here. Y'all going to have to go somewhere else. Denver. Oh, a year ago. Oh, come on in. Come on right up I-25. El Paso. Come on in." And now, oh, shit. We're going to start sending them to Kansas City now. Because we had to make too many budget cuts as a result of the migrants. $90 million for the illegal immigrants.
Wow.
House, feed, and clothe them. But we can't house, feed, and clothe our own actual citizens that were unhoused before the illegal immigrants arrived. But see, this is a new wave of illegal immigrants because they've been coming. But this is just the latest invasion of them, if you will.
What nobody's saying is that our mayor, the new mayor is definitely creating new sets of homelessness or unhoused issues. I mean, when he kicked out 300 to 400 people in one day, every couple of days, he's basically promoting or enabling being unhoused. You know what I mean? Then to put on the responsibilities of, feeding whatever else with them, all while they promote a narrative of force to get work permits, et cetera, and they still get, like right now, currently, it doesn't even matter. They get 6 months of housing, a card with money and food.
About that.
Money and food. We don't even get that. Like how much? Like I went through hoops and loops just to get any kind of assistance, and I'm from the soil, American born. You know what I mean? So, but they get it, and they don't want people to be upset. They don't want anybody to be upset. Well, how could we not? When it's very difficult to get any kind of fucking actual assistance when you're a U.S. born, American born citizen, and you don't even get half the stuff they get. But food stamps maybe for a single person, $250 or $291 or whatever for food stamps, at $250 for in assistance with cash, right, for the rest of the month. But they're getting more than that, and 6 months of rent without having to hold a job or even whatever, and they get to sit with somebody to help them get through the process.
They had whole secret job fairs for these mugs.
Yeah, and that money don't go back to the state. It goes strictly to ICE.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
With the dump on that, mass deportations. That's why they're already scared. They're already talking about. We covered that last night on the Front Line Blacc News. Sister Becca, them illegals in Mexico is like, oh, we need to get in now before Trump get in, because he already said he don't want us there.
Isn't that their point, though, to do the deportations? Is that the point of them? I don't get it.
I think that the border's been ever so lax.
They know they can pay these mugs whatever, and they'll be okay with it. But your average American citizen is not going to go for that shit. So they want to replace.
People that got real jobs, they can't even have a place to live.
Cost of living is not keeping up with the wages.
We know people currently right now sleeping on the street, and they got full jobs.
I didn't understand that, because your guys' state and city, wasn't it the first one to legalize the marijuana?
Yeah, and we ain't seen a dime of it, and that's why
that is crazy.
Representative, I want a direct audit on that shit. Where the hell is that money going?
Where is it?
It was going toward the schools, the school.
Well, the last election, or when it was on the ballot, it was that tax money is supposed to go to like 5, 6 different things. It's supposed to go to children getting lunch. It's supposed to go to a whole bunch of stuff.
They gave us $800 to pacify us through Tabor, but I still want to know where the hell that money is going.
Me too, because okay, I came from Toledo, Ohio. Their legalization passed in December, this past December. They don't have not one dispensary in there. Like Michigan has a lot, and you go in there, and their tip cups are just this full, and they're overstuffed, and it's like, how come Toledo is not doing this? And
But it's on
Toledo
the
is
ballot, huh?
so broke, huh?
But it's on your ballot, like it's on the ballot every time you get a midterm primary. It's on the ballot, right?
It's passed already. It's legal there, and they don't have no dispensaries. They're not doing what they supposed to be doing, and that's supposed to, especially to you guys in Denver, like that was a long time ago.
Stomped out there's only like 2 or 3 Black-owned dispensaries out here in Colorado. They stomped out we used to have more than that. They stomped them out. They made it where you got to have $1 million plus if you're gonna open up a dispensary out here.
That don't make no sense. Purposely.
Mm-hmm.
That don't make no sense. But you guys have had it for years.
Yeah, over a decade now.
That's insane. Where is?
I knew one of the owners of the first Black dispensary out here. They trumped him up on some charges. He's in prison. He's been in prison for a good minute now.
Ain't that crazy? Like it just boggles me that y'all supposed to be building them as soon as it passed, for one.
When it passes, they didn't free 9 people that they're locked up behind it. We still got people locked up behind minor marijuana possession.
Yeah.
My little brother just got done doing time in the pen for that type of shit. He was locked down since 2016.
Did they do that homeless count there?
Oh, the point in time count, yeah.
Do you have access to those numbers?
Data to the end of the year, though.
I think that those numbers are, especially with the mayor and his house 1,000.
Last year, the count was like
numbers are not real.
6,000 people that were unhoused. Whatever number they say.
That don't make no sense.
I say it's double.
You gotta play the
counting people in their cars. They're not counting people that's couch surfing. They're not counting the people that's living under the bridges. They're not counting the people that's living in the parking lots or whatever.
Not counting these?
No. They just do a little snapshot. They go out for like a whole week or a couple days out the week. It's usually the end of January where it's really cold. And they go out and they survey the area surrounding the service providers. So all our service providers are centrally located in downtown Denver. So they go from like the Triangle, where Jesus Saves is, where Samaritan House is, where Salvation Army is. And it's like probably about a 10-block radius that they survey. And they say that's how many people are unhoused on the streets of Denver.
Oh, no, and they know they lying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, they're really lying because
they know they
when
lying.
The migrants came, they try to flip those migrant numbers into unhoused people. And
yeah,
separate
mayor that they selected, because that's who they selected. They didn't want me. I was running on Black First Agenda. I'm just too radical for this town. But they wanted the white boy that got $6 million from Bloomberg. The white boy is doing the bidding of the Democratic Party in the Biden administration. So they told him, yep, you got to do the Sanctuary City. We already had the Sanctuary City shit because of Hancock. But this mug that just got in, he's just like double down on that shit to the point.
Y'all got a white mayor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, currently.
That's just so reminiscent of Katrina. How they got that brother out of there and put a white lady there.
That's the neighborhood that I live in devastation. And that's who they selected.
I also want to say this towards the situation. I mean, the way it's working is that he pandered to the people, saying he was going to do this, and that, and he wasn't going to do this, and he wasn't going to, he was going to be a decent individual. And in reality, when he started kicking out people and and really doing the most, no one has checked them on it.
Mm-mm.
You know, no one has said
anybody else. Like
unhoused people.
he literally kept the same. Oh, you talking about the sweeps? Yeah, but he literally kept the same staff from the previous administration.
Yeah,
we literally still have the same people in charge of the departments in the city.
That is crazy. I did not know this. I mean, according to you both, I mean, just hypothetically speaking, how many actual unhoused do you think is there besides the 6,000?
Well, initially, all he had to do was house 1,000.
20,000 at this point.
He had 1,038 people, and he didn't do that. I would say that currently, right now, with him throwing out everybody, with the migrants and whatnot, I have no idea. It seems like a lot.
I would say 20,000 people.
Wasn't really housing the unhoused anyway. You know, they were just moving them around, and if they put them in these transitional hotel situations, which is kind of like a contradictory thing because they were kicking out regular folk from these transitional programs only to make room for the unhoused or make room for the migrants, and then they want to put them back in. It's like a game with like, you see what I'm saying? So the numbers don't make any kind of sense. Like, I mean, I remember protesting about how they kept throwing out men out as soon as they get comfortable and trying to look for a job and getting into school and they're bettering their lives. They want to go out.
The A-Loft, yeah.
It just sounds like so much corruption.
They opened up all these.
Oh yeah, it's
they have opened up all these hotels and motels during the scandemic, plandemic, and they're supposed to be covert hotels. Actually, before Lady Che got into where I'm at right now, she was staying in one of them, and yeah, they cut the funding on that, and they said, "Oh, you got to go. Oh, we're not renewing the contract. Oh, you got to go."
Do y'all have like state tax and city tax there?
Yep, we got all that. Mm-hmm.
We don't have that here in Texas.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
No city tax, no state tax. I don't know. I know that if I made $1,400, I would take home $13. You know, they don't pay much taxes here.
What's your EMI into your working wage? Your area, are you able to live and work?
No, no, not so low.
Mm-mm.
So what is it like?
It used to be like that.
What's like a 2-bedroom or what are you living in?
Right now we're in a 1-bedroom. I think it's 1,052. But my sister, she's in a 3-bedroom and she pays $1,700. You know, he's a manager.
You're on the verge of, it could be on the verge of being. You need 2 incomes to really get up.
And it used to be like that.
You do.
Dallas, the cost of live, it was like you could get like a 2 or 3 bedroom for like $400 a month.
No, it's very high here now. It's very high.
Damn.
Even in the really bad neighborhoods, it's still going to be 1,000. You know, for one. The cheapest I've seen was like $745 for a 1. Out at that's in Fort Worth though.
Oh, Fort Worth.
Yeah. And are there any options? I mean, like, damn man, like since they don't take out no taxes, it's like you're super screwed almost.
Yeah. But there's
minimum wage now.
People pay enough like sales tax to where you know they don't need to have a state or city tax because it's like booming here.
But you don't get nothing in return come tax season.
I have no idea. I don't file taxes. I don't do it.
I feel like I should move to Texas.
They'll never take me alive when it come to that. Like,
yeah. I concur. I'm like, man, fuck them. They took it enough out of me.
No taxation without representation. We ain't being represented, so why the hell y'all taxing us?
I mean, like federal, you're still paying federal, but you're not paying city or local. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not paying, you're not going to get no state tax back because you don't pay state taxes, but the federal and like the child tax credit, stuff like that, they'll still get that.
Okay.
You know, I don't
So
get that.
what would you? So it's complicated because it's not a satisfying thing for you, right?
Absolutely not.
What would you change?
What would I change?
Yeah. What would make your life easier?
A bus system here would be nice. They don't have that here in Arlington.
Yeah.
That would be. But I mean, I feel like nationwide the housing cost should go down.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't see them ever doing that.
Mm-mm.
Are they building a lot in your area?
What'd you say?
Are they building a lot in your area?
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you saw like the World Series was won here. The Cowboys don't play in Dallas; they play here in Arlington.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
AT&T Stadium is in Arlington. Yep.
And it's kind of messed up because there's only one homeless shelter here, and Dallas is the one that needs that, sales tax money for their homeless, because their homeless there's so many.
Mm-hmm.
And why are they playing here?
Right.
I used to be out in Texas too, for a few years, and I remember going into Killeen, and there was only one shelter.
Yeah. And they will have room. That's what kills me. They have room, and they still turn people away, and it's so messed up because they're lazy and they don't want to do the paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to do their laundry. They don't want to get their bed set up. And we had empty beds. Like, this man got turned away and he ended up dying from a hit and run. He could have been inside the shelter. I feel like
I have a shelter if you're not going to do the work.
Right.
I audit the shit out of them.
And they have, listen how this shelter is, it's so bougie. They have like 23 to 25 different people, different churches donating to that one shelter here. It's kind of to make them not only look like, oh, well, this is the, like a real 5-star blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
But just the stuff that goes on inside it is disgusting to me.
So
the way
the people, so they don't get nobody to snitch on them or,
because
call the news or something.
Yeah, because they had enough. They had an abundance of things to where they were feeding it. People could just come up and ring the doorbell and ask for 2 lunches or something, and they stopped doing that. And it's just like, these people they want to get paid the same, but they don't want to do their job. And it's like, there's people out here that really needed help, and it just upset me when that man had died from a hit and run when he could have been in the shelter.
Right.
It's a classic misappropriation of funds, and these 501(c)(3)s. They even here, some of them just get away with murder.
Yep.
They were supposed to pay for my ticket, and they were just so lazy with doing that. Like, they were supposed to pay for my ticket, and I ended up having to pay $300 out of my pocket to go to Toledo because of the situation with my son. But they were supposed to cover that, and they had the funds and means. They just, if they don't feel like doing it, they'll tell you, oh, well, we're just waiting on this and we're just waiting on that, and get back with me this time. And they just don't feel like doing it,
Sounds like jail.
When I was in Columbus, they got me here. If you're in a different city and you're homeless, you could tell them, can you get me a Greyhound ticket to here? And they I don't know what it is, but they do it,
Yeah, they have a program like that here in Denver too.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Texas, and the same thing with the shelter there. They were just kind of like that. I managed to get home eventually, but it wasn't through them. I just work my magic, I guess. But it was ridiculous, though.
Because people don't want to do their job, but they want to get paid the same. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, they want to act like they're doing good, but they're not. I mean, the people are being neglected. It doesn't matter what type of person you are. You're wrong for that. I don't like ugly.
Right.
Yeah, they got to roll in their eyes when a donation came because they gotta unhaul, you know. But it's like they're giving to you or giving to your place of work, and you roll in your eyes because you don't want to help put it up. Just people's just lazy.
Right.
Telling you.
All right, y'all. So I'm gonna move us to the next topic, and that is the Marc Lamont Shill talks to A-Dunce, meaning ADOS. That's Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. We call him A-Dunce, though. Remember the dunce hat back in school?
Yeah.
And, who is more irrelevant, Marc Lamont Shill or A-Dunce? So again, it's Professor Black Truth, and he's gonna give us his critique on the whole situation. I wanted to watch the interview, but from what I heard, it was trash. It was a trash ass interview. But yeah, Professor Black Truth's gonna give us the
Whoever
update.
did that thumbnail where Marc Lamont Hill looked like Kid and Play. That was pretty funny.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. As New Black Media Appreciation Month storms on, we give thanks. Thanks that we are united in purpose. Thanks that we demand and support intelligent Black discourse. Thanks that we believe in starting our days with the truth.
Right.
But most of all, we thank the powers that be that we aren't a bunch of bootlicks.
Right.
And that brings me to Marc Lamont Shill. Still struggling for relevance, I see, and still failing to get it. Seems like he's trying to do his own lunk-headed version of Shannon Sharpe and Bill Maher's After Hours content, only without the personality of Shannon Sharpe, though he does have much of the obnoxiousness of Bill Maher. I guess Al Jazeera must have run out of bird seed or whatever they were using to pay him with. He's just trying to do some clout chasing, and because these bootlicking morons have no original ideas, they all resort to the exact same crap. He's recycling the roly-poly Tiffany Cross-Eyes routine of attacking people in the new Black media. He's trying to see if he can get some internet beefing going with himself at the center of it, just like roly-poly occasionally tried to do. Other than being irrelevant, there's about one other thing that Shill and the now defunct A-Dunce bowel movement have in common. They both were hoping Byron Allen would offer them a job.
Yeah.
Now, because nobody's thought about the A-Dunce movement in so long, I'm sure a lot of you have forgotten that the A-Dunce clowns were the ones saying that Byron Allen's Comcast lawsuit was the most important court case in Black American history, and that if he didn't win, and if Black people didn't turn out to support him, well, it would be back to the cotton fields for us. You had everyone from myself to Judge Joe Brown to Brother Tariq saying that that wasn't true at all, and that this was just more self-serving maneuvers by Byron Allen. People tried to argue against us, but reality always gets the last word. So here we are, years later, Byron Allen has moved on to the next nuisance suit, and the next, and the next, and the next. Whatever happened to that lawsuit against Comcast don't matter, because it never did. It was all about him. Meanwhile, he allegedly bought the now deceased Black News Channel. I hear the going price was $4.95 in the bargain bin at Dollar General. Say, did Marc Lamont Shill used to work for Black News Channel? I still can't believe that his star power and his unbelievable charisma and intellectual acumen failed to capture an audience. What could possibly have gone wrong? For those who are curious, Shill was doing the same crap on Black News Channel that you see him doing here, repping everybody else's interests except for Black people. And I'll bet Shill waits by the phone every night like a desperate teenage girl, hoping that Byron Allen will call and say that he's got a regular job again. This is the reason that we don't respect these safe, non-threatening Negroes who the white media props up and puts in front of us, because they don't respect the Black community. They just glom onto and push these fringe people all the time because they want to show their would-be white media paymasters that they can lead the Black community around by the nose. See, that's the job that the Marc Lamont Shills and the Roly-Poly Martins and the Tiffany Cross-Eyes and others have. Their job is to show the white media that they can mislead us. Only they can't, because nobody's fooled. Nobody's trying to follow a stuttering fool like Shill. And on a side note, why is it these clowns like Roly-Poly and Marc Lamont Shill are always stuttering? I guess having a speech impediment is a requisite to get a job in the white media, huh? Like Stephen Smith and others, you got Shill trying to build his own online presence, but he's not building it by attempting to get with the program with the Black media. He's not doing it by trying to build up the Black community. He's doing it by doing what these people always do, and that is they try to find the fastest, most expedient route to being able to ingratiate themselves with these white producers and these white media executives, anything to burnish their resume, and they know exactly what those creeps want to see. See them attacking the Black community, see them attacking Black folks who are actually standing for something. But when that little hustle falls through, because it always does, they always try to rebrand themselves, reinvent themselves. They start trying to put on the kente cloth and talking a little bit like us, talking a little bit like a faux radical. Yeah, Don Lemon and Candace Owens aren't the only ones trying to slither their way back into the Black community's good graces. When these chumps get dumped by their white benefactors, they always try to crawl back to the people, to the grassroots. But we're not letting it happen. And especially when you consider that the A-Dunce movement attempted to try to hijack reparations, and the white media was helping them to do it. Reparations has been misused by numerous groups over the last 4 decades alone in order to magnify their own importance, or, as in the case of Cobra and John Conyers, as a phony means to con Black people into thinking that maybe, just maybe, these corrupt and crumbling Black misleaders actually think about doing something to benefit us. That maybe in the back of their empty little heads, there was an afterthought about finally doing justice toward Black America. That's the game that they try to pull. Oh, we're so radical. Look, we're talking about reparations. They're not actually doing anything about it, though. They just sit there and say, there's a bill that's going to be allowed to languish in Congress. It's not going anywhere because it's not meant to. And even if it did, it's simply a suggestion to consider talking about reparations. That is stall on top of stall on top of stall. It took the Black media to uncover that little con game. And that was the beginning of the end for the A-Dunce bowel movement. Everyone tries to use and abuse us to promote their own interests, to promote themselves. And in too many cases, the people who are doing this look like us. White power picks these tools, props them up, makes them prominent. But the difference between the past and today is that now there's a robust and active Black media presence calling these shills out. White power can give them a platform. The New York Times and CBS can give them a sloppy kiss masquerading as a so-called news piece. But thanks to you, white power cannot give them legitimacy. And without legitimacy, they're always going to be desperately trying to get your attention and then not understanding why you refuse to give it. See, you're the reason Marc Lamont Shill can't come back to the Black community. You're the reason A-Dunce is defunct. Those of us who are the mouthpieces for the new Black media, we can call these agents out all we want, but the only reason that they've been reduced to irrelevance is because you decided that's what should happen. See, we're not the Black media. You are. Marc Lamont Shill is not some sort of iconoclast going against the grain. He's just another shameless self-promoter. About his only claim to fame, if it can be called that, is that he gave some windblown speech at the UN sticking up for the Palestinians. Now, with the condition that Black Americans are in, if he wanted to show real courage, he would have stood before the UN and said, it's time for reparations now. You see, it's easy to get out there and to stomp for the Palestinians because white liberals see the Palestinians as one of their pet issues. A lot of these Negroes on cable do this. So it's easy to do that. But to stand before the world and say that Black Americans are owed and it's time to bring sanctions against the US, he could have done that, but he didn't. And even if he had, the white left wouldn't have looked at him as some sort of hero. They wouldn't have been trying to big this guy up just because he stuck up for one of their pet issues. He was virtue signaling as a way to burnish his own resume. This is supposed to be his calling card. I went to the UN and I stuck up, not for Black people, but for folks on the other side of the world who aren't even American citizens. As I've said time and again, if you truly want to change the unconditional, nonstop torrent of support that the United States gives to Israel, the most efficient and best way to do that would be to have an empowered Black population in the United States, one that would be able to make it clear we need to be taking care of what's going on in these Black cities. We need to be putting the money, the billions of dollars that's going to the four corners of the globe, put them into these Black towns. You're going to need power for that. You empower Black Americans and you would starve the quote unquote global colonial project of these Western powers, which the United States is the tip of the spear of. But Marc Lamont Shill doesn't focus on that. Instead, we don't need to be talking about Black people at all. See, they never make it a point to put these politicians on the hot seat for things regarding Black people. They never make it a point to repeatedly confront them on reparations or to hold them to account for not passing laws to finally punish the police for their rampant murders and lawlessness. See, they know what the sanctioned targets are. None of them has ever been fired for daring to stand up for Black people because they know not to do it. Oh, they give a few insincere mutterings here and there, but that's it. It doesn't amount to anything, and they know it, so it's a safe thing for them to do. It's okay to attack the Black grassroots, to attack reparations, like Joke Reed did on her show when he had her stupid little guest on there to say anybody who mentions reparations is a Russian bot. And of course, we know about what Tiffany Cross-Eyes has done, but they know what the safe targets are. They know what the sanctioned targets are. But if you decide you're going to go running your mouth about non-Black constituencies, then they're going to put you out the door. You'll recall that's what happened with Roly Poly. That's what happened with Don Lemonade. That's what happened with Tiffany Cross-Eyes. And that's what happened with Marc Lamont Shill. Of course, these guys, they never learn because part of being a bootlick is you think you're a genius, but you're really the slowest person in the room. And I don't know about you, but we shouldn't be paying attention to slow. Shill and A-Dunce, they don't belong on a podcast. They belong in a museum. Artifacts from a bygone era. When white power used to be able to send out its little hand-picked puppets to insinuate themselves amongst us and attempt to lead us astray. But it ain't working. The dinosaurs may not necessarily be in a museum exhibit, but we have definitely rendered them obsolete. And for that, we should all be grateful. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Maurice Soul, R. Laz, Wali Balal, Melvin Munoz, and Neil Safir. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor Black Truth. All right, thoughts, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on what Professor Black Truth has said about Marc Lamont Shill and the A-Dunce crew?
I mean, as far as the A-Dunce is concerned, I mean, they haven't really been active in a while, like a long while. I mean, and even so, they kind of took a back seat once everything got started moving with FBA. So as far as Marc Lamont,
but they claim that Tariq hijacked that from them, but that's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true at all because they hijacked A-Dunce from a brother named Sheldon, and he said descendants of American slavery, and they remixed it and said American descendants of slavery, and they got that from Dr. Claude Anderson, who said initially Native Black Americans. He said that we are an exceptional people, and we need to be classified as such, and we need to delineate. He was saying that back 10 years ago, 10 plus years ago. So if anybody stole anything from anybody, they stole it from Dr. Claude Anderson. And as far as the foundation of Black Americans, we are the foundation of this country, whether we want to admit it or not, or accept it or not. There will be no United States, which Professor Black Truth has called it what it rightfully is, a colonialist experiment, without foundational Black Americans. We made it great. They always talk about make America great and all that bullshit. We made it great based off of our sweat equity, based off of our labor that produced the capital needed to bring this country into an industrial revolution. So we are the first stocks and bonds that were sold on Wall Street. We're the reason why there is a Wall Street. That's enough reason, amongst other, we'll be here all night naming reasons that we are owed reparations. So shout out to California for leading the way with this, and hopefully the rest of the states take suit. We do need to have a genealogy test because we can't have a bunch of $5 FBAs running around talking about, oh, I'm 1/5 foundational Black American, I deserve reparations too, type of shit. No, boo boo. If you cannot trace your direct lineage back to the killing fields of the South, meaning all those southern states that became the Confederacy and went against the Union, and it wasn't until the Black soldiers, colored infantry, got inducted into the Army that the United States, the Union, started winning the war. So every time America has an issue, they come to Black Americans to solve it, and so they need to come correct and cut the goddamn check. $800 trillion.
I concur. I think that there definitely has to be a genealogy thing going on. I concur because that's one of the first things that was brought up amongst our FBA social networks, that they didn't want to have it just anybody and everybody claim reparations, and that included Black people from other continents and countries, and or any white folk that decided they want to say that they were slaves or indentured servants or whatever, you know what I mean? And it was a very defining factor of lineage based, and what that all meant. So I concur. I definitely
made sure of it. We called in at all the meetings. Like, we don't just be talking on here. We actually get involved in the shit. We was calling into the California Task Force, telling them, look, you need to make this direct lineage-based cash payments. Stop trying to remix reparations.
Yep.
You didn't do this for these other groups that you paid reparations to. They received cash first. Then they got land and whatever else after. And they received cash first. So we want the same thing they got. Oh, that'd be divisive. You can't do it by race. Okay, well, we're not doing it by race. We're doing it by lineage.
Yep. And doing it out here in the city too. Because when it started to make its wave, people were trying to jump on it and remix it and do behind the scenes meetings and intellectual property.
Yeah, whatever happened to that shit? It must be warehouse at our house somewhere.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jesse. Sister your thoughts?
Thoughts on the Marc Lamont Hill?
Yeah.
I'm going to say back in MySpace day, I called him out a long time ago.
Okay.
And he can't stand me. But, I asked him forthright, are you in a fraternity? Because you know how they say if it walk like a duck and talk like a duck, like, and he vehemently denied that he was, but he's got it all over his Twitter now, but why deny it from the get-go, you know? So he was like undercover, and I just feel like he's assuming that role again. He's going back undercover. He doesn't really care about being hired, but he wants to be a spy again, I asked him before, like, are you in a fraternity? That's their job, is to stir the pot. And he didn't have it. He didn't really rep it back then. Ooh, sorry, my nose is running. Hold on.
What do they get from all that?
Biscuits.
What's
Butter biscuits.
Yeah, they get biscuits, definitely. Butter biscuits, all that.
That's it, butter biscuits.
I would never do it for no
That's
butter.
what pays their rent, They have to go begging and bugging for, to that advisors to the king. They like that butt kissing. They like going back with information that could get people hurt. you know.
These are basically the house niggas that was on the plantation that went and told master, them field niggas is plotting on you, master. They gonna burn down the house tonight.
But they want to be out in the field, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you know where they going right after?
Back to us.
Back to
Right back
report.
down to the field niggas. You getting out the big house, you gonna have to come outside with us.
Yeah. So I don't feel like, I feel like it's just so phony and fake with him. It always has been. And when somebody speak up and say something, he want to get mad and black. But I don't care. I mean, that's the vibe I always got from him.
Yeah.
And now he's just this big old fraternity dude now. Like, why was you denying it from the jump? What
So he's basically auditioning to be the next Roly Poly Martin.
Yeah.
Because Roly Poly Martin been begging to get his job back with CNN since he leaked them questions to Hillary Clinton.
But I just feel like they're faking the funk. Like they're saying, "Oh, you're fired," but we want you to go spy because you know we don't want to do it under our name.
At the end of the day, they're Democratic operatives, they're Democratic shills, and they're doing the work of their paymasters because they're still on a Democratic plantation, and their Democratic masters are telling them this is what you need to do, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, because
we have the new black media to counteract all that shit. So we know that shit a mile away. This is what they're doing basically is counter intelligence program 2.0.
Yeah, watch for them. Watch for them in Philly. Watch for them in June when they have the reparations thing. Watch for them because they're gonna go, and they're just there to spy.
Yep.
They're not there for them.
As being black people, they would want to discuss this. Isn't Marc Lamont? He's not a tether, right?
He's a tether. So I'm not mistaken. There's people from the Caribbean.
Oh, okay, never mind. I mean, I was just saying, like, if he wasn't, you would think that he'd want to discuss something so important as reparations. But since he's a tether, it doesn't really matter. You can do this colonizer.
He's Greek. He's white. Like he didn't just switch. You can switch your race to white by becoming Greek. I just don't understand that.
For real?
Don't know.
Me, that's what they count it as.
They'll never accept you as white though. They're always gonna see a nigga. You're always gonna be a nigga to them.
There's Pan-Hellenic and then there's Pan-African. It's either or, and he's claiming Pan-Hellenic, so that is not. To me, that's not. You can't be both.
Right, you can't have dual alliances.
Why would what? Wow, so many questions.
And this was way back in MySpace when I pointed that out. Like, and you know, now he's proudly this frat brother. But why wasn't you then? What are you doing? You know, you're giving too much information to the wrong people. He's not for us. Like you can tell who is and who's not.
Right. I agree. Yes. Well, thank you for confirming everything we've been saying about this mug.
It's like now it just made me want to go look up Pan-Hellenic. How did you say it?
Pan-Hellenic.
Hellenic.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't trust them boule niggas at all. We have boule niggas here that are gatekeepers, and they make their presence known every time it's time for me to speak when I'm running for office. Oh, you're not on the ballot when I'm actually on the ballot. We need to talk about this. They always try to limit what I'm gonna say. Like, oh, he's gonna rally up those field niggas.
Because they got someone behind them.
You know, the more you're a gatekeeper, the more somebody's gonna break down the gate. Just the information that's required.
Oh, and that motherfucker coming straight down. And this campaign is definitely gonna make sure that. But moving along because we're super late. It's like 1:30 in the morning here.
2:30 here.
Yeah, so I'm trying to be respectful of people's time. So we got our unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. And yes, I'm going to continue to call them illegals because there's a right way of doing immigration and there's a wrong way of doing immigration. And both me and Lady Che know people that did it the right way, you know, actually went through the whole citizenship process and now are actual legitimate citizens of this country. So they're legal immigrants. They're still immigrants, but they went about it the right way. Now, do you mugs that Jim Crow, Sleepy Jim Crow biting, and even old Sambo have been allowing in for the last, 15, 20 years? Y'all are doing it the wrong way. And we're going to continue to call that out. And no, we're not on that democratic agenda. We're not going to call you newcomers. You are illegal immigrants. You are trespassers. Now, mind you, the original illegal immigrants are these pale-faced mugs that's trying to tell everybody else they need to go home. But quiet as it's kept, y'all so-called red-skinned Native Americans, y'all stole the land from us because this was originally Black people on this land. Thank you, Dr. Claude Anderson, for the Folsom people, which were the original people on this land that you now call the United States of America or Turtle Island, as the red-skinned Native Americans always like to refer to it as. There were Black people here first. So think about that when you do your damn land acknowledgement.
No, we're so irate, man, that you don't understand. They just constantly
This fraud had the audacity, this $5 Indian had the audacity to tell me that I was xenophobic and that they should not vote for me. I said, first of all, I'm not xenophobic. I'm what's the opposite of xenophobic? Xenophilic.
I have no idea. I didn't even know what the fucking word meant.
African diaspora that are not coming over here to assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So no, I'm not xenophobic.
She wasn't getting nowhere with what the fuck she was talking about. She's trying to.
Yeah, she wasn't even. She didn't
throw in Black people.
Her whole topic was about free speech or some shit. She completely threw that out the window and started talking about Palestine, and then try to compare the Black struggle to what's going on in Palestine. And I'm like, the audacity of this broad. And then at the end of her speech, she was like, "Yeah, don't support Jesse Parrish. He's xenophobic, and he's made some disparaging comments about my community."
Well, she said that you and so should be irate because of the
she tried to compare me with
police brutality of the
Black Watson. Don't ever in your life, Laura Gonzalez, put me and Daryl Watson in the same sentence or category.
That's what she was talking about though. Before she threw him in there, she's like, as Black men, you should be upset about this. The cutting up of people, etc.
How cutting up of people going on here? We still got 64,000 Black women missing. Ain't nobody talking about that.
I didn't, man. You preaching to the choir, bro. I was right there. But that's what she was talking about, and I was like, what? Man, this project. She was adamant. She was
really adamant. Like,
take out your bullshit on somebody.
They're already shook. I just publicly announced yesterday they're already shook.
As they should be.
Right.
I think it's a good thing, considering all the bad stuff that happened prior, and now that we see it all for what it really is now. So we're not even sweating it really, versus how we were previously. I was highly amused.
I expected it. I was waiting on it. I'm like, somebody gonna say something. Usually, I thought we were gonna be the last ones to speak because that's usually how it goes. But a whole bunch of people didn't show up to speak today, so they got further down the list. And when they got to Laura Gonzalez, she had to get that out. So I had to correct that during public hearing, and I did.
I was like, this bro. All right, yeah. I mean, so go ahead, Jen. Show what you got. Yeah, that was a lot.
That wasn't the next topic, but the next topic is this illegal immigrant who decided that he was going to do TikTok videos showing his illegal brethren on how to get paid and squat in homes for free.
Mm-hmm.
And he got away with this shit for over a year. They just caught his motherfucking ass, and now he's claiming that he's a victim now.
Yep.
So this was in New York. Yeah. So Lisa Cabrera is gonna give us the update on that.
Sweet.
Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Yes, sir.
Would love to. You need to email that woman.
Ladies and gentlemen, Moreno is still locked up in Ohio.
Oh, they got him in
and
Ohio.
He's crying and wailing because he said he missed his freedom.
Aww.
And he's afraid in jail that they're gonna,
rape him,
off him. So he's scared being behind bars. So this is what he said recently, because the Post interviewed him behind bars. So he viciously mocked America to his TikTok followers. And if you remember, he had 500,000 followers over there, and urged them when they crossed the border to invade abandoned houses. He now misses his glorious liberties he enjoyed in the U.S. and whining, "I miss my freedom." Moreno moaned that he is the victim of unjust persecution. And they said he rambled on about this. "I came here to the United States because of my persecution in his home country." I believe he was one of those inmates they got rid of. I really do. I still believe that. But they're doing the same thing to me here in the United States, persecuting me. Moreno wailed. Cry him a Rio Grande River, y'all.
Right.
It's all misinformation in the media about me. They're defaming me. They're misrepresenting me in the news. I'm a good father, a good husband, a good son, a good person, humble, respectful to people who respect me. He continued. Moreno spoke only in Spanish, hiding his face from the video camera for the duration of the interview.
But he didn't have no problem showing his face on TikTok.
"I miss my entire life. I miss my freedom," he cried. With Moreno out of the frame, the camera showed inmates in blue striped jumpsuits sitting at 5 silver tables through a glass window. At one point of the visit, 5 inmates looked in his direction. And they were shouting at him, "What is happening?" Moreno could be heard muttering to himself, "I'm afraid they're going to kill me. They're going to come for my life, anyone," he said. Moreno has been in touch with his wife, Veronica Torres, since he's been locked up. Now, I know when he first got locked up, they would not allow her to see him. She was not allowed to see him at all. So I don't know if anything changed since then. So since he's been locked up and insisted the Post contact her so she could charge an undisclosed sum for a good interview with him. But the Post told him they don't pay for interviews. So ICE fugitive operation officers cuffed Moreno in Columbus, Ohio on March 29th, nearly 2 years after he actually escaped from ICE.
For 2 years?
Back on April 23rd, 2022 in Eagle Pass, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
He was allowed to stay in the country on a Biden administration approved parole scheme. but then he failed to appear
Yep.
for his required check-ins with immigration.
And that's the thing. They always keep talking about, oh, they got a court date. They got a court date. More than half the time, these mothers don't even show up to the court date. So they just stalling. That's just stalling tactics. And they talk about, oh, they have a court date in 2032 or some shit. They just need to get work permits until then. Don't fall for it, Black family. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Officers, according to ICE. The Venezuelan national could also face federal firearm charges. Yes, they said they found a firearm in the place he was staying. So a series of March 14th videos still on Moreno's Instagram account show him holding and showing firearms in a gun store and asking his followers, which do you like best?
Oh, wow.
But Moreno insisted he was thrown in.
But they didn't want to come here to work. They're just seeking asylum. Yeah, miss me with that bullshit.
The clink because of his inflammatory social media videos and ironically vow to use his First Amendment rights to fight any charges. Wow. Well, I guess if they're letting them have Second Amendment rights, they can get weapons, then hey, why not First Amendment rights? Okay. So if Moreno commits a crime or something, they would be right, but it's because of my work. So this is unfair. Social media is my job. That's right, y'all. He said work is for slaves. He's allergic to work. That's what he said on social media.
But remember, they always talking about they want to work, y'all. Remember, they just got to work. They want to feed their families.
If I want to say something now, I can't say it.
Slaves and he's
We've
allergic.
become an oppressive country instead of a free country where we can express whatever it is in our hearts. Well, I got a news for you, Moreno. Talking real to you, buddy. America is a slave nation. They talk all the freedoms, but don't have any problems locking folks up even when crimes were never committed.
Yep.
That's not a free country.
Nope.
Free country in name only. That's what America is.
Yep.
Free in name only. That's it. The United States was created to be that, not to oppress, he said. Well, you need to have more conversations with the Black community there, Moreno.
Right.
Previously, Moreno posted videos to TikTok and Instagram encouraging other migrants to come to the U.S., where he said they didn't have to work because they could make more money from begging on the streets and collecting government handouts. He sure had a lot to say, didn't he? I didn't cross the Grand Rio to work like a slave, Moreno said in one clip on Instagram, while waving a stack of $100 bills in front of his face. In the same video, Moreno claimed to have enough money to support himself, Torres, and their daughter, who was born in October. So she was born here in the States.
She's a tinker baby.
For at least 18 months without having to work. The Venezuelan also called for his fellow countrymen to unite in support of a 15-year-old migrant that was accused of firing shots and injuring a tourist in Times Square, and that was February 8th. So since all of this happened, TikTok shut down his account, where he had 500,000 followers, but his Instagram profile is still active and has more than 17,000 followers.
Are followers putting money on?
So, y'all, he said, yes, they closed my TikTok account, but I keep earning on Facebook and Instagram. I won't earn the same, but I'm going to get my TikTok account back.
Residuals or royalties or what?
I'm going to keep earning money. So this is what he said.
Watching the videos. So
he said, I am a different person. We can't confuse one with the other. We can't confuse my character with my real life.
What? It's a full indication of your real life.
Well, I mean, you were all over them videos telling the illegals to cross the border and come here and commit crimes. That's what you did.
That's exactly what he did.
Now, according to him, he is the victim. Well, you at least got that part down, Moreno. You sound just like them folks.
Mm-hmm.
So, y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think about what he said. And, you know, I still believe eventually they're going to let him out. I really do. And even if they did deport him, he's going to find his way right back over here.
Mm-hmm.
Please leave your...
Please do the same for Front Line Blacc News. All right, ladies, what are y'all thoughts on this?
This is stupid. Like, man, you know how hard it is to get monetized? I mean, you either got it or you don't. It's fucking difficult, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh my God, like everybody should be upset.
Right.
Especially the people he's like.
I wish Amy Beck could see this.
He's not the only one that thinks like that.
They're out here with their babies. You can't be sweeping them with their babies. They don't have no problem sweeping us with our babies and putting them to CPS and all that. They don't have no issues with none of that.
Well, guess what? With our babies, the babies go straight to CPS.
Mm-hmm.
You're still out in the street fighting a fucking child neglect case. Ain't nobody been hit with no neglect cases out there. And they're really out there, like seriously out there.
Yeah. All right. So, is that your final thoughts on that, or did you have more to say, Lady Che?
And there's so much to say, I just decided to sit back and just to let this unfold a little bit.
Yeah. Sister Becca, what's your thoughts on Moreno claiming victimhood after showboating and flossing on TikTok?
I think that he expected the acceptance that he didn't get. And to me, it's like, keep his ass locked up, because what you gonna do with that gun? Because he's already thinking that he's Mr. Citizen of America, to where he's gonna feel like, oh well, I mean, I'm looking at the next George Zimmerman 2.0. You know, let me see if I can get away with this and try this stand your ground thing. That's what I see when I look at him, because he's not even taking responsibility for nothing. He's just trying to look like a victim.
Yep.
And that's what George Zimmerman did the whole time, you know. And he did the same showboat and signing Skittles, but he got away with it, you know. Yeah. And I guess he was expecting that same love that he didn't get. And, you know, I just feel like if you're going to take his monetization from TikTok, take it from Instagram, take it from Facebook.
Right.
And who is supporting him? Who is his follower? Because I'm not understanding what kind of following does he have?
He has a pretty big following.
But is it the Mexicans? Is it the white people? Is it black people?
Honestly, like,
the illegals.
Think what's going to happen in America? Did he really think this was going to go like unchecked? There's somebody wasn't going to feel some kind of way and be like, this motherfucker, because he's not the only one doing it. But
I mean, he's the one that got caught though.
When they first came, motherfuckers, I was like, look, they getting this and that, and it could stop if somebody would have said they weren't getting any kind of benefit by coming over here in mass like that. But they weren't. Instead, they were over there highlighting the free everything.
Goodies and giveaways.
Yeah. And so I was like, what did he really think was gonna happen? And why did they lock up the wife and all that too? I mean, he was in a house with a whole bunch of motherfuckers. And what did he think was gonna happen? Did he think that coming to the United States, getting caught with a hot gun, taking money from American citizens on the fact that you're an illegal immigrant, knowing that you speak such like working for slaves, et cetera, I didn't come all this way to work like a slave. Like, why the fuck did you come in the first fucking place?
Right. What they're always saying, but they're always pushing this narrative. Oh, they're coming here to work. Oh, they just need jobs. They just need to.
Well, I told you that was cap from jump. Yeah, it's I mean, you didn't get it how you used to live. I mean, how long you been alive, and then you decide you want to come over here and do all this, and they want to be upset about it by the fact that it's one thing if you filed for asylum in your country, even if you stopped in another country and did it, but they came all the way across 4 or 5 other countries.
8
they did most
Venezuela, it's like 8, 9 countries.
Right, but you come over here and then you force this demand for permission to work, force this demand to you make complaints of, hey, look, we don't like going to the shelter. We don't like the food they serve at the motherfucking shelter. We don't like a lot of shit. But how dare you come over here and then really try to make it seem like, well, it's not good enough, but we're going to force our way onto the street and we're just going to force you to do this, and that.
The level of entitlement, it reminds you of the Caucasoid, this unearned entitlement that these mugs have.
Yeah, but you're wrong for calling it out, and that's another. It's like there's too much guilt trip and shaming the actual American people for not wanting to be supportive of this sham. Like,
try this shit in another country. See how long it's gonna last.
Well, either way, wouldn't you do some due diligence before you decide to, walk your ass over here for fucking 4 months?
No, they took his word for it. They said, "Oh, look how he living. We're gonna live like that too."
I would have been watching the news and seen how much of a peril the United States was in, economically, physically. You know what I mean? The fact that people can't have matching working living wages. I mean, there's been so much in the last 5 years. You could just pick anywhere and any time, space continuum in the last 5 years, and see that this is not the place to come.
This is the same place that destabilized your homeland.
They ain't hearing it though. But what trips me out is the people here, how they are so quick to crucify the average American citizen and saying that they're heartless and cold, when in reality, they're not paying attention to the amount of financing going that's being cut from the average everyday citizen. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. And we were saying that about them. You're heartless and cold. Look how you're treating unhoused. Look how you're treating actual citizens. What the hell? How the hell are illegal immigrants taking precedent over you?
Well, that's every agenda they put forward. Remember, every agenda they were putting forward ahead of Black people, regardless, and then they want to make you feel bad and make you feel like you're judgmental.
Yeah, when they were doing that, we were second class citizens. But you remember, Dr. Claude Anderson said that they were gonna start shipping. He literally said this like 10, 15 years ago. He warned Black people, like in 2013, prior to 2013, he warned us. He said, "Look, they're gonna bring in millions of these illegals from south of the border, and they're gonna work as a buffer class between you and them, and they're gonna set them up." And here we are, 10, 11 years later, and we're seeing it in full effect. And he said, you're gonna move from being second-class citizens to third and fourth class citizens, which is not citizens at all. You're basically a denizen. is just basically living a roach-like existence in this country, and that's what they want. They want us to be living a roach-like existence. We literally have to come to them for everything. We only get the crumbs off the table, all that type of shit. We gotta avoid getting stepped on. So that's what they want us to live like that, and they want to set up their buffer class just like they did their peasants of Europe. Set them up so they have a safety net. They have some type of stability, all while keeping us at the bottom in our place. So they said, if you black, you got to get the hell back, and they still want to run with that narrative. They said, if you brown, you stick around. Yeah, if you're white, you're right. So we can't be too surprised. And in these countries that these people come from, they have serious anti-black hatred. They treat the black, the Afro Latinos horrifically in a lot of these countries. So of course they're gonna come over here with this anti-black hatred, and like you said, he's just another Zimmerman in the wait. Yeah. We have to be aware of that. These are not our friends. That's why I kind of get agitated when some black people say, "Oh, well, we shouldn't be mad at the migrants. We should be mad at the politicians." How about we be mad at both? Because they're both feeling this madness. You got mugs like him that have a large following on social media that's literally telling his illegal brethren to come on over here and get free goodies and giveaways, and you can live the American dream. Whereas it's been a nightmare for us since day one. Since day zero, it's been a nightmare for us. It ain't never been an American dream for us. But that's the illusion that they like to paint and the lie that America promotes to the rest of the world about this American dream nonsense. So these must say, oh, I want to live like that too. I want to have all those things too. And then come over here and they get a rude awakening. And then most like this, they try to capitalize off of it. And then when they get caught, oh, I'm a victim. Oh, well, it's me. Oh, you should feel sorry for me. Oh, I got killers in the pod next to me that want to kill me. And all that dumb shit. No, and we feel nothing. Like our brother Torian Rain says, we feel nothing. Just like y'all feel nothing for us, we feel nothing for you. So we're gonna keep that same energy. So that's my thoughts on it. The next clip I was gonna play is about homelessness in America, and can we end homelessness in the United States? It's about.
Sister Shakur, did you have any thoughts on that last little subject?
I did. I wanted to know if he would get expedited to Texas because he did run. He is a fugitive. Mm-hmm. And another thought just makes me wonder, like, why does he have such a big following and they're making an example of him in a political year? It just makes me wonder, is he planted to do some of the stuff that he does, or is he an actual, victim? It just is just raising a lot of red flags, especially when they said he was on the run already.
Yeah. Well, you'll find in a lot of these cases, a lot of these mugs are on the run before they commit these crimes. We have mugs. What was that fool doing? He was running up in people's houses, stealing their underwear or some shit. Mm-hmm. We got some fool out here doing that. We got these mugs on every street corner in my neighborhood begging for damn money, and it's gotten so bad that the places, establishments, they starting to charge people for parking. They won't allow people to park overnight. It's gotten really bad because these mugs are literally everywhere, and where I live, it's really bad. Oh my God. I literally see buses and buses of them motherfuckers get dropped off every day.
Yeah, they get dropped off over here too.
Yep.
Oh yeah, y'all right there. The border's right there. So yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely believe it. And shout out to Greg Abbott. Yeah, send them to these so-called sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. They said they can take them, so come on. And then when they get a rude awakening, then they're going to have to send them back.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, there's empty states they could have been, moving them around to.
But they don't want to do that. They want to send them to the sanctuary states and cities. Majority, if not all of them, are blue states and blue cities.
It's only really like 4 sanctuary cities that are being talked about. It's such heavy.
But over 538 sanctuary cities in the United States.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I thought it was 180.
No, I actually looked it up, and it was like 500 and it was 500 and something sanctuary cities or counties in the United States.
Yeah.
Probably since Biden's sister Shay, you know, for it to
I mean,
come
I thought
up
it was
that.
right. I looked it up last week.
Wow.
Because well, you know, the internet.
Many, if you ask me, we ain't got no damn sanctuary city. So
The internet just be moving around doing whatever.
City, and Denver keep trying to remix it, talking about we love immigrants. The fuck out of here. Like you don't even love your own citizens. We talking about we love immigrants and all that dumb shit because they just running with that Jim Crow biting narrative that this is a nation built by immigrants. We wouldn't be the country that we are. Immigrants. Get the fuck out of here. You wouldn't be the country that you are if it wasn't for our ancestors. Period. Point blank. Period. There would be no United States of America if it wasn't for us. Because every time y'all try to do it on your own, y'all failed.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a sanctuary city thing since 2017, and I mean, we've had migrants before. It's just that this is kind of a little out of hand, and now they're feeling the effect. But I did say when the whites started getting upset, that's when things are going to happen.
Yeah, that's the only time things ever happen.
Mm-hmm.
They got to be once they become affected, then it's a problem. Just like
they got to get uncomfortable.
Like the drug epidemic. It wasn't a problem when it was us that was doing football numbers for crack cocaine. That was no problem. We were no patients. There was no safe crack house. There was
I got a question.
Government sanctioned spot where you could smoke dope.
Go for it.
You weren't treated like no patient, but these opiate mugs.
Jesse, she got a question.
Oh, go ahead, sister.
Oh, it's okay. I wanted to know, like, okay, because my sister, she lives in Brooklyn, and all the migrants that had went up there, they started taking out the benches in Times Square, and so there's like, you know, everybody got to stand up and stuff now because I don't know, but did they do that there too?
Yeah, they doing it here in Denver.
The household infrastructure was done by the city, you know. So they didn't have nobody sleeping.
That was prior to the invasion. They were doing the hostile infrastructure, but
just recently.
No, they've been doing the hostile infrastructure. They've been doing that since like 2015.
Oh man, Cash Jordan was showing it the last couple months, Jesse.
I'm talking about here in Denver, not in New York.
He's talking about Brooklyn and New York.
Oh yeah, they've been doing that, yeah.
Making it harder to charge your phone and all that, like just because of this.
Well, in New York, they got the police there.
Mm-hmm.
They activated the National Guard for only 2 hours a day during the subways.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Wow.
All that had to do with the immigrants jumping the police, you know, getting away with crime.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
So
motherfucking Eric Adams. You know, Eric Adams wasn't really doing a great job of trying to prevent it.
No, he wasn't. And then he's gonna fly down to Colombia and tell him, no more Big Apple for you. Don't come here. And they had something talking about what they say? They had a sign up that said he was they called him a xenophobe or some stupid shit.
They said he was anti-immigrant,
immigrant, anti-migrant, which is another way of saying xenophobic.
Some shit like that. I was like, whatever. But it's still been hard. Plus, you know that Biden really wasn't trying to address the shit.
No, he's not trying to address it. He want to give them more free goodies and giveaways, and that's why Sleepy Jim Crow Biden has to lose in November.
Welcome back, Jay Militant.
Oh, Jay's back. Okay. We just finished up with this illegal immigrant that finally got caught, and now he's singing the blues.
I mean, what did he expect when he got in there, that it was going to be all peachy? I mean, people dying in the immigration jail. Especially when you're on some other shit. You know, people are gonna be like, "What did you do? How did you? What? No, stop it."
This mug was making TikTok videos showing his illegal brethren, Jay Militant, how to squat in homes and make money off of TikTok and social media. So they finally caught his motherfucking ass, and now he talking about he fears for his life and what about his wife and kids and all this dumb shit. And it's like, you should have thought of all that before you started making them TikTok videos.
Hey, said you want to come over to be a slave.
You already a fugitive on the run from Texas. Our sister Beth from Texas, she remembered the Eagle Pass.
They said he escaped the immigration jail before.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's an habitual runaway or habitual fugitive, if you will.
He need to be expedited.
Yeah, they need to expedite his ass back to Texas. Good old
just ship him back to Venezuela with a bill.
Well, that's a deportation. Yeah, they need
with
to
a bill.
Yes.
Yeah, ship him back with a bill so he can, give it to the president.
So, the next clip I was gonna play is it's about 11 minutes, and it's homelessness in America. Can we end homelessness in the United States? Can we? I would say we can, especially since we have like
we can.
Unhoused person. There's like 2 or 3 homes.
Of course we can. They just don't want to. There's big money in not doing it.
Yeah.
In December of 2023, HUD released its annual report based on a detailed homelessness count conducted earlier in the year. This revealed that 1.6 million people nationwide were homeless. That number reflects an increase of 170,642 people over 2022.
Yeah, we're fighting back.
A 19% jump in 1 year. It's the largest number of homeless people measured in the 18-year history of the survey, and highest homeless rate since 2012. Unfortunately, the number of Americans experiencing homelessness has now grown in every measured year since 2016, after declining annually from 2012 to 2015. The share of homeless persons living in shelters remained roughly the same as in 2022. 6 in 10 individuals without housing received temporary shelter via emergency facilities, transitional housing programs, or local safe havens. The remaining 40% slept in conditions deemed unfit for habitation, such as sidewalks, bus stations, empty buildings, or abandoned vehicles. Unsheltered homelessness rose for the 7th straight year. Particularly alarming was the jump in families experiencing homelessness, whose number rose for the 2nd consecutive year. In 2023, about 157,563 family households experienced homelessness nationwide. These family units accounted for 286,084 individuals, nearly 1/3, 29% of the total homeless population, and a 16% increase over 2022. Fortunately, 91% of unhoused families were sheltered, compared to only 49% of homeless individuals on their own. State rankings. California, New York, Florida, Washington, and Texas had the biggest overall homeless populations, and California and New York alone accounted for 44% of all Americans experiencing homelessness. Aside from being among the country's most populous, these states share several traits that historically contribute to homelessness, or attract people without homes. A high cost of living, as in New York, California, Washington, and Oregon, makes affordable housing scarce, while warm weather, Texas and Florida can make states more appealing to those without secure housing. On a per capita basis, the District of Columbia has the nation's most pronounced homeless problem. 1,825 people without homes per 100,000 citizens. Among states, New York posts the highest rate, 1,627 per 100,000. Vermont had the second worst rate. The homeless population increased in 41 states between 2022 and 2023, with New Hampshire recording the most dramatic escalation. The population of people experiencing homelessness there increased 52% year over year. In terms of raw numbers, New York's unhoused population increased most, rising by nearly 60,000. This represents a 39% increase from 2022. The number of people experiencing homelessness in various cities in the United States. The table shows that New York City has the highest number of homeless people, with 128,025, followed by Los Angeles with 91,320. Seattle, San Diego, and Denver round out the top 5 cities with the most homeless people. Each with more than 22,000 homeless residents. The number of people experiencing homelessness increased in all types of communities in 2023, with the largest increase being in rural areas 10%. Children without homes in America. As referenced earlier, there are more than 97,000 unhoused families in the U.S. with at least one child under age 18. Of the 211,620 unhoused children in the U.S., 20,548 are living outside of shelters, and more than 6,000 are totally on their own without guardians. Beyond the children under 18, another 64,147 young adults aged from 18 to 24 live alone and unhoused. Worse yet, most advocates warn that this number may be low. Homeless children and youths are notoriously undercounted. This resurgent crisis of underage homelessness threatens to undo a decade of steady progress. The number of people in families with minor children experiencing homelessness had dropped by 1/3 in the 10 years. Last year, total jumped 16%, growing by more than 35,000. Massachusetts has the highest proportion of childhood homelessness. 39% of its unhoused population is under age 18. Other states with serious problems include Maine 29%, Minnesota and New York 28% each, and Delaware 27%. Setting better examples are Wyoming and Nevada, where children comprise less than 10% of their unhoused populations. Ethnic disparities. Black people are the most overrepresented racial group, making up
Overrepresented?
We've been saying that. We've been saying that for over a decade now.
Overrepresented?
37% of the homeless.
They're saying based off our population in these states or locales, our numbers are way higher than what they should be. That's because Black people can't afford to live in these cities no more.
I wonder how many of these children are actually migrant children.
That part, I don't know. Let's see if he breaks it down like that.
Population,
Damn.
but only 14% of the general population. Hispanic or Latino people are also overrepresented at 28% of the homeless population, compared to 19% of the general population. White people are underrepresented in the homeless population at 50%, compared to 76% of the general population. Black individuals are the most overrepresented racial group experiencing homelessness in the United States, at 443,624. White people are the least represented at 600.
So that shuts down that bullshit narrative of, there's all these white people that are unhoused. White people that are unhoused. No, it's mainly us that are unhoused, that's living in these goddamn tents and living pillar to post. Put it mildly.
Which was what we were saying, but man, nobody ever want to believe us.
Well, you know they gotta have the white seal of approval for everything. So there you go.
24,854. Hispanic or Latino people are also overrepresented at 279,336. The hidden crisis of homelessness. Homelessness often conjures images of individuals huddled in doorways or sleeping on park benches. However, this traditional picture masks a much larger and more complex reality. The hidden homeless crisis. This video explores the nature of hidden homelessness, its impact, and the challenges it presents in addressing the overall issue of homelessness. Hidden homelessness refers to individuals and families who lack a permanent, safe, and secure place to call home. Unlike those visibly sleeping on the streets, they couch surf, staying with friends or family members on a temporary basis. They may reside in overcrowded or unsafe housing situations, motels, or substandard shelters. These individuals often remain unseen and uncounted, falling through the cracks of traditional homeless assistance programs. The scale of hidden homelessness is significant. Studies suggest that hidden homeless populations can be several times larger than those visibly homeless. This hidden nature has a profound impact. Children experiencing hidden homelessness face academic challenges, social isolation, and potential developmental delays. Adults struggle with mental health issues, employment difficulties, and a constant fear of eviction.
Thank you, sister, for
The
coming
lack
on.
of a stable environment makes it incredibly difficult to break the cycle.
Please come again.
Oh, she has to drop off.
Yeah, so thank you, sister, for coming on. Please come again anytime you like. Or you see a broadcast.
You're always welcome here.
Yep. Okay, carry on, Jesse.
Cycle of poverty and achieve long-term stability. The solution requires a multi-pronged approach. Increased funding for affordable housing development is critical to address the root cause of homelessness. Expanding support services for families facing eviction or living in overcrowded conditions can help prevent them from falling into hidden homelessness. Additionally, raising awareness about the hidden homeless crisis and promoting greater empathy within communities can encourage individuals to seek help. The causes of the homelessness crisis. The United States, a nation often associated with prosperity and opportunity, grapples with a persistent and complex social issue, homelessness. Millions find themselves living on streets, in shelters, or in precarious housing situations. While the face of homelessness is multifaceted, the causes behind this crisis stem from a confluence of systemic and individual factors. A primary driver of homelessness is the lack of affordable housing. Rents and home prices have skyrocketed across the nation, far outpacing wage growth, particularly for low-income earners. Minimum wage jobs often struggle to cover basic necessities, leaving individuals and families vulnerable to eviction and a perilous slide into homelessness. This lack of affordable options is further compounded by limited availability, particularly in coastal areas and major cities. Beyond the immediate financial strain, poverty plays a significant role. Systemic inequalities in income distribution, coupled with a fraying social safety net, leave many with inadequate resources to secure stable housing. Limited access to quality education and job training restricts opportunities for upward mobility, perpetuating a cycle of poverty and housing insecurity. Mental illness and addiction are often intertwined with homelessness, presenting a complex challenge. Untreated mental health issues can make it difficult to maintain employment, housing, and social relationships, increasing the risk of homelessness. Similarly, addiction can lead to job loss, financial strain, and strained social support networks, pushing individuals towards the streets. However, it's important to recognize that these conditions are often consequences of homelessness itself, rather than the sole cause. The dismantling of social safety nets in recent decades has also contributed to the rise of homelessness. Reductions in public assistance programs and limited access to mental health services leave vulnerable individuals with fewer resources to cope with crises and prevent a downward spiral into homelessness. The criminal justice system can also act as a pathway to homelessness. High incarceration rates, particularly for minority communities, often lead to job loss, housing instability, and difficulty reintegrating into society upon release. Limited support for released individuals, such as access to housing and employment opportunities, further exacerbates the problem.
I agree with that. She said they were lying about the stats though. But like I said, that damn point in time count is flawed. Been saying it for 8 years now.
Easily. I agree. And I don't think that these numbers are like, I mean, damn, that's a lot of unhoused children and stuff. I mean, I want like, I think that's a bit excessive.
Yeah.
Why isn't anybody talking about that?
And they only care when it's the migrants. They don't care if it's not the migrants. They don't give a damn. Like I said, they wasn't saying nothing about any of this shit until recently.
I mean, they don't really care that much because if they were, they'd be addressing the fact that there's young girls meandering around in dangerous, precarious situations. Young girls and young boys, they could be snatched up and
Where's Aubrey on that? Miss I fight against human sex trafficking. Okay, and child trafficking. Okay, well, where y'all on that? Crickets. It's crickets from that whole Jeff Farr crew. Crickets. You ain't got nothing to say on that.
Yep, that's true.
So do you think that we can end homelessness in the United States?
I would say a lot. The only way to end it is the purge of. You got to get all the wrong stuff out, and in order to really do something, I feel like the amount of pushback for this agenda that should be pushed forward. Said there's a lot of money in all this, so you got to be able to. You got to get everybody to see the bigger picture, and until they're ready to walk away from what they have to submit to, it's gonna be really hard. I think it's possible though. I wouldn't see why it wouldn't be possible. It could have been done a long time ago.
Right. I agree. I should probably play this clip first. This one first. So, in more homeless-related news, our court case has finally reached the Supreme Court. For those that don't know, back in 2019, several unhoused people sued the city and county of Denver for violating their Fourth Amendment, and I believe it was the Fourth Amendment, and it was another right they have violated. I think it was the Eighth Amendment. It might have been the Eighth Amendment too. Anyway, they sued them for violating their civil rights, and there was an injunction that was placed on the case. Basically, they were supposed to stop the sweeps back in 2019. They were supposed to stop the cleanups, as they call them, of our unhoused neighbors and of the encampments because it violated their civil rights. Well, this case has finally made it to the Supreme Court. So yesterday, the Supreme Court heard it, and I'm still waiting to hear what the ruling is. So this clip I'm going to play is about the court hearing the case and how they think they're going to rule. And I would like to add the guy that the case was named after, Ray Lyle, he passed away during this time. So rest in power to him. He was able to, him and the other, 10 people in the case were able to bring this all the way to the Supreme Court. I believe Jerry Burton was on this case too, Lady Che.
Remember, you taking people to court so they could go testify.
And I remember cussing out
cited the paper about the police, but let me do it.
Because I was on that committee with Sister Soldier with the about the coalition. It was like I forgot what the name of that board was, but it was like a check and balance board for the service providers. So we were going in on CCH, Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, and
I think it was an oversight board.
Yeah, I think it was. I think you're right. It was the oversight board. So yeah, we were trying to figure out where the money was going that city council kept passing for the service providers, mainly CCH, and we were demanding an audit of where the money was going during this time as well. And then the pandemic scandemic happened, and a lot of people forgot about the case, but finally it has reached the Supreme Court. So we're going to let Kyle Clark give us the update on that.
How places police people who are sleeping outdoors because they don't have shelter. That is at the center of a case now before the Supreme Court. Our Steve Sager looks at the implications for Denver.
First this morning in case 23-175, City of Grants Pass versus Johnson.
A law in a town of 39,000 people, 1,200 miles away from Denver, is now going before the nation's highest court.
Well, I take that back. So it's a similar case to the Ray Lyle versus City and County of Denver. But either way, it's going to set the precedent across the nation on how these cities, states, and jurisdictions treat these sleeping bans, these camping bans, these sit-lie bans, these basically these vagrancy laws that have been in effect since Reconstruction. So now the Supreme Court is taking a look at all of that.
People living in homelessness have challenged the town of Grants Pass, Oregon, over a camping ban, arguing the ban there violates the Constitution's ban on cruel and unusual punishment.
It's narrow in the sense that it would only apply at times and in situations where there are not enough beds available and not enough shelter available.
Farrell says in a city like Aurora, where a camping ban specifically spells out enforcement only when shelter beds are available, not much would change. But in cities like Denver and Boulder, where the shelter portion isn't specifically spelled out, a ruling could change the way things are enforced. The ACLU is suing the city of Boulder over their ban, claiming it's enforced regardless of shelter availability.
When there aren't enough places for people to go, we just don't have other alternatives.
Lisa Sweeney Moran is an advocate who was one of the original plaintiffs on that lawsuit.
If we say that it is illegal to camp outside, even when there are no shelters, I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means for people.
She fears the consequences if the court rules
and that shelter's only open year-round,
predicting increases in the cost of policing and decreases in funding for services that make a difference.
It's money we could spend on housing. It's money we could spend on help, but instead of spending it on helping, we're spending it on shuffling a problem from one block to another.
So it'll be months before the court issues any kind of ruling in this case, but folks are already reading the tea leaves, so to speak. Some believe that the court will vote along those ideological lines, with the majority in favor of that law in Grants Pass. Farrell says he heard justices skeptical of the law, so he predicts they may reach a narrower ruling without big impacts on the policy itself, Kyle.
Yeah, a couple of off-ramps that the justices could take if they don't want to go after this head on.
You could take the necessity argument, the idea that you're not guilty of a crime if it was necessary for your survival. So in this case, if people have nowhere else to go and have to sleep outside, that would be the necessity argument. Farrell also says they could also take look at the actual claimants in this case who have only been issued tickets. They haven't gotten to that arrest level yet. So technically it's not a crime or a criminal issue. And if you're trying to make a cruel and unusual punishment argument, it's going to be tough to do when it's just a civil matter.
Steve Sager, good to have you back around the old haunts here on Next.
Good to see you.
All right, Carl Clark.
Grants Pass relies on camping.
So the next video is from the actual Supreme Court itself. And this is a small clip of them discussing it yesterday at the Supreme Court.
Laws to protect its public spaces. These generally applicable laws prohibit specific conduct and are essential to public health and safety. The Ninth Circuit tied cities' hands by constitutionalizing the policy debate over how to address growing encampments. It's holding that the Eighth Amendment bars Grants Pass from enforcing its camping laws is wrong for 3 reasons. First, the Cruel and Unusual Punishments Clause governs which punishments are permitted, not what conduct can be prohibited. Second, no precedent supports the Ninth Circuit's rule. Respondents in the United States abandon its reliance on Powell. Instead, they misread Robinson to bar any punishment for involuntary conduct that's linked to status. But Robinson held only
prior
that
to this, they have set the precedent for these camping ban laws and these sit-lie bans, and it's all laws that's reminiscent of Jim Crow. And and ugly laws like that. So she's just laying a precedent, like most attorneys do when they're discussing law, for previous cases.
States cannot outlaw the status of drug addiction. It made clear that they can prohibit conduct like drug use. This court should not rewrite Robinson 6 decades later. Third, the Ninth Circuit's approach has proven unworkable. The Eighth Amendment does not tell courts who is involuntarily homeless, what shelter is adequate, or what time, place, and manner regulations are allowed. But in 35 suits and counting, federal courts are now deciding everything from the exact size of campsites in San Rafael to the adequacy of empty beds at specific shelters, like the Gospel Rescue Mission in Grants Pass. And cities are struggling to apply arbitrary, shifting standards in the field. This court should reverse and end the Ninth Circuit's failed experiment, which has fueled the spread of encampments while harming those it purports to protect. I welcome the court's questions.
Do you consider these civil or criminal penalties?
They are both, Justice Thomas. There is criminal trespass and civil.
Is that involved in this case?
Yes, it is.
To what extent? I mean, has any of the petitioners, any of the parties here been subject to criminal trespass?
Well, they are at issue in the case. The district court enjoined them, and yes, they do apply here. They are for recidivist offenses.
But which party has been held accountable for criminal trespass?
Yeah, so here, none of the individuals who are currently in the case.
Okay, so if you haven't been tried for criminal trespass, then it's not a crime. Basically, that's what I'm gathering from that. All right, ladies, what are your thoughts on this?
The most, considering that what they've done in Denver, they want to act like they're going to try to act like none of that stuff happened from the time the camping ban was enforced till now. That's crazy.
That is crazy, and I received trespassing tickets during that time. So
I went to jail.
I went to jail too.
Damn.
They gave me trespassers. They gave me 2 trespassing tickets and sent me to jail. So yeah, I can definitely relate to all of that, and I was just trying to survive as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's our last topic of the evening, Black family. So appreciate y'all staying up super late with us. What are your closing thoughts on the Supreme Court poised to allow camping bans to stand in major homeless case?
I think each city or each state is going to have their own agenda, and it's not just going to be cut and dry like they want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much how I think. I mean, we get so much pushback.
What's coming? Because May 1st, will be in the mile high income city.
It's exciting. Very exciting.
Yeah, we can't wait. We can't wait, cause just can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my thoughts is, like Jay said, it's about goddamn time. It's been a long time coming. But you see, they still keep citing these old ass cases because they're like, oh, well, if we're going to change this, we're going to have to undo this and that.
Yeah, I think every city or every state that has an alleged camping ban is gonna have something to say or feel some kind of way. I know that it's been extremely unfair here in our city, and then after a while they just kind of like don't give a fuck, but then they do, but then they don't, but they do. Either way, they're criminalizing unhoused people.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody can really make up for how many times they arrested somebody who's for being unhoused.
Right. Or for trespassing.
Trespassing, loitering, fucking anything like that. Sleeping, you know. Anything like when it came to using the restroom in certain areas. Not to mention all the
makes it illegal for you to cover
you
yourself.
had to do. Yeah.
The camping ban makes it illegal to cover yourself. So if you're in a cold weather city like Denver, you could freeze to death. You're gonna end up dying.
We just had a major snow too.
Can't cover yourself from the elements. It's illegal to cover yourself with anything besides your own clothing. So you could be arrested for covering yourself with a tent, a tarp, a sleeping bag, anything besides your own clothing.
Like what they do with us, with the weather. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a lie. They say they got places for the unhoused to go when it's 30-something degrees. They won't even open it until it's 11 degrees. 32 is freezing here.
Yeah.
We just had a snow, literally, just the other day.
Yep. We'll probably have another snow because it'll snow all the way to June, the first week of June out here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, well, Lady Che, what are your closing thoughts all around before we close out the show?
Thanks for watching. Thanks for learning. Stay black, stay dangerous, and join us tomorrow for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk. Yeah, stay tuned and support Jesse Paris for House District 8.
Yes.
Got a couple little house tidying up to do in regards to that, but it's going to be on and cracking. People are already starting to get upset.
Yep, already. The article ain't even came out yet.
We can't. Yeah, we kind of. Yeah. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, thank you for everybody, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yep. So we appreciate everybody that tapped in. First of all, shout out to our correspondent, our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We always a pleasure to have him on. We appreciate our guest that came on, Sister Becca. She's always welcome here. And who else do we have?
We have Jay in the chat and Twin in the chat.
Oh yeah, definitely. Shout out to the Hype Man Twin, and definitely shout out to Jay Militant. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. And I appreciate everybody else who tapped in, who didn't say much in the comments, but was watching. We appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Front Line Blacc News, The Revolutionary Agenda, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You can find Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X, at Shabaka EXP. So we'll see y'all later. And when can the people expect the RBA, Lady Che?
I got one scheduled for sometime tomorrow. I already got a queue going, so I'm having an internal debate with myself. There's so much to talk about. So yeah, probably tomorrow. I have one scheduled for tomorrow, or later on today. I mean.
Okay. All right. So stay tuned for that, y'all. In the meantime, we'll see y'all. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. Thank y'all for tuning in to season 4. We're in our 4th season now. Episode 3, part 3 of the Frontline Blacc News. We'll see y'all tomorrow for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Peace.
Peace.
Keep your heads on the swivel.